It works closely with innovators and initiatives to align national research with the demands of the economy. Through comprehensive measures to facilitate the country's growing ambitions in innovative thinking, the NIA aims to accelerate innovation, propelling Sri Lanka into the top 50 of the Global Innovation Index. Sri Lankan innovation is starting to march again.
Small announcement මේ කාට හරි translation facility එක අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා නම් limited availability එකක් තියෙනවා English to Sinhala, English to Tamil. If anyone wanted the interpretation, please let us know so that we can supply give you the facility.
If you are wearing spectacles, you are using an ancient Sri Lankan technology. The year 38,000 BP. Homo sapiens balangodensis, or the Balangoda man of Sri Lanka, was the most advanced man in the world at that time. Walking in these footsteps, Sri Lankans of the modern age have made their mark in space. To date, there are 12 asteroids named after Sri Lankan persons and places. These asteroids have been named to honor contributions in the fields of technological innovation and scientific advancement. Many serendipitous discoveries have changed the history of science, and this is the story of the evolution of innovation on the Isle of Serendip. As a thriving country in the ancient world, Sri Lanka was at the forefront of indigenous innovations in the fields of technology, agriculture, sustainable development, and health. Innovations in technology, architecture and structures. The stupa, the advent of Buddhism, introduced several innovations to the field of architecture. Jetavanaramaya, the largest brick structure in the world, at one time the third tallest structure in the world, taller than the smallest of the three pyramids at Giza. How were the stupas, the tallest structures of the land at that time, protected from lightning? Vajrakumbha, the lightning discharger. Sigiriya Rock Fortress and City, a UNESCO heritage site. This fortified city, built in the 5th century AD, is an exquisite example of ancient Sri Lankan architecture, an intricate assembly of cisterns connected by canals of varying elevation. Lova Mahapaya, the tallest wooden structure of its era. It served as a monastery for monks and housed approximately 1,000 rooms. Lova Mahapaya was a testament to the advanced engineering and architectural skills of ancient Sri Lankans. Innovative geometry and chemistry. Bogoda Wooden Bridge, the oldest surviving wooden bridge in the world. Steel technology. Sri Lanka received special mention in the first ever reference to steel made in Arab literature. The mid-9th century writer Al-Kindi on the qualities of swords pays great attention to the superior Wootz steel from Serendip used to make Damascus swords. Samanelavava steel technology. 1 AD Sri Lanka, between Belihuloya and Kalgoda, witnessed the seed of a technological innovation unparalleled in the ancient world, making the highest quality steel and using wind power. This proved to be the first time in the world that wind was successfully used in the process of iron smelting. Innovations in agriculture. Kala Vava, This reservoir, built in the 5th century, is one of the most magnificent achievements of the ancient irrigation engineers of Sri Lanka. And it has a total area of 18.1 square kilometers at full capacity. The discovery of the principle of the valve pit, Biso Kotua. First hydraulic construction in the world. Biso Kotua is a sluice used in large reservoirs. The Biso Kotua minimizes the pressure exerted on the bund by flowing water and reduces the velocity of the water flow. Maduru Oya. In the early 1980s, Canadian engineers commissioned to construct a reservoir in the Maduru Oya discovered the remnants of an ancient dam and sluice in the exact same location identified by their own calculations. These ancient hydraulic works are believed to be well over 1,500 years old and bear testament to how Sri Lanka had mastered modern engineering skills thousands of years ago. The irrigation wonder of Yodha Alla, the 56-kilometer-long canal built in 470 AD has a gradient of 10 to 20 centimeters per kilometer. Innovations in sustainable development. The cascading tank system in Sri Lanka, recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage agricultural practice, is an ancient and sustainable water management technique. Developed over 2,000 years ago, it consists of a series of interconnected reservoirs designed to collect, store, and distribute rainwater efficiently. This system not only supported paddy cultivation but also maintained ecological balance and groundwater recharge. Innovations in health. Mihinthale Hospital, the oldest hospital in the world. In addition to having a fully functional hospital,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, the Secretary to the Ministry of Science and Technology, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly inspiring to see such an energetic gathering of scientists, entrepreneurs, students, policymakers, and industry leaders, all here for one shared purpose: to turn ideas to impact. Innovation is seeing what everybody has seen, but thinking what nobody has thought. That's exactly what today is about. Celebrating Sri Lankans who dare to think differently, act boldly, and transform science into real-world solutions. This event, Innovate to Impact, Celebrating Science and Technology in Action, is proudly organized by the National Innovation Agency in collaboration with the Ministry of Science and Technology as part of National Science Week 2025. And this year, the theme, Building Trust, Driving Transformation, Science for Sri Lanka's Tomorrow, beautifully connect with our program today. Because trust in science and transformation through innovation is how we build our nation tomorrow. Before we begin with today's proceedings, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please raise for the national anthem.
And again, uh, one thing I want to tell you from my experience is uh, I have learned that taking brilliant science and technology from lab to market, actually making it work in the real world, is just as challenging, if not more so than research itself. So taking it to market is very challenging job. Uh, we call these hurdles valleys of death. Sometimes it's called technology valley of death, sometimes it's called commercialization valley of death. There is no handbook or one-size-fits-all solution for crossing these valleys. The best way to learn is from those who have already crossed it. That's exactly why we are here today. This is National Innovation Agency's small contribution to the Science Week, organized by the Ministry of Science and Technology, and we couldn't be more excited to open this world to you. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Professor Krishanta Besena. Minister, thank you for all your constant encouragement, and as we work to bridge this crucial gap between science and market. We are also honored to have Mr. Mohammad Nawawi, Secretary to the Ministry of Science and Technology, and our colleagues from the ministry. This event truly comes alive through our incredible panelists and the moderator. Your entrepreneurial spirit is what makes this special. Thank you for saying yes to our invitation. I've been lucky to work with some of you in the past, and I know the audience is in for a treat today. And of course, very warm welcome to all of you, all the participants. Please jump in, ask questions, and make the most out of this opportunity to learn from these remarkable people. Before I wrap up, I know this isn't the formal vote of thanks, but I simply must recognize the team that made this possible today. Navodi, Vindhya, Tidasi, Sachi, Nusek, and Anthony, thank you for all the organizing magic. And to Iresha, Pooja, Salikas, Sanika, and Vajra, and Lasanta, for all the, from the NIA team, for all the support. Additionally, I would like to thank Mr. Navaratna, Lakmini, and Utpala from the ministry for all your help behind the scenes. So let's have a fantastic, productive discussion today, and hope it'll be a very good day for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mudita, for setting such an inspiring tone for today's event. Next, please welcome Mr. Y.L. Mohammad Nawawi, Secretary to the Ministry of Science and Technology, to share the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to you all, Honorable Minister, Dr. Mudita Senarath-Tyapa, Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Johan Fernando, Chairman NASTEC, distinguished academics, industry leaders, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor to be here today to celebrate the remarkable achievements which will be showcased at the National Innovation Agency's Innovate to Impact program. As the Secretary of the Ministry of Science and Technology, there is nothing more gratifying than witnessing the tangible results of our collective effort turning scientific discovery into commercial success. This event is not just a showcase, it is a powerful statement about the health and vitality of our nation's innovation ecosystem. The success stories we will see here today, from breakthrough technologies to novel applications, are proof that our researchers, entrepreneurs, and industry partners are effectively bridging the critical gap between lab bench to marketplace. Commercialization is the crucial process that transforms an academic paper or a prototype into a product that creates jobs, solves societal problems, and drives economic growth. Without it, even the most brilliant invention or innovation remains just potential. The journey from innovation to impact is rarely solitary. It requires a collaborative ecosystem where government, academia, and private sector work. Ministry of Science and Technology, with other research institutes in Sri Lanka, is committed to providing the policy framework, funding, and infrastructure necessary to nurture early-stage research. The National Innovation Agency plays a vital role in identifying, supporting, and accelerating ventures with high commercial potential. But ultimately, it is the courage, ingenuity, and persistence of our innovators that bring these ideas to life. To the innovators and entrepreneurs who are going to share their success stories today, thank you for your vision. You are not just launching businesses, you are setting a new standard of what it means to be a nation powered by science and technology. Let us use the inspiration from today's successes to redouble our efforts. Let's continue to invest in our researchers, streamline our commercialization pathways, and foster a culture where taking a calculated risk for the sake of innovation is celebrated. The future of our economy and society rests on our ability to innovate to impact. Congratulations to the National Innovation Agency for hosting this essential program, and congratulations to all the innovators who are here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that powerful message and for highlighting how science and innovation can drive transformation across sector. Thank you once again, and thank you for believing us as well. Now it's time to hear from a leader whose vision and guidance inspired us all. A scholar, a policymaker, and a true advocate for using science to serve people. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Professor Krishanta Abhisen. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Secretary to the Ministry, Mr. Inwai Nawavi, Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Mudita Simratyapa, and other staff of the NIA, distinguished guests, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you this morning at Innovate to Impact, Celebrating Science and Technology in Action, a special program organized by the National Innovation Agency under the Ministry of Science and Technology as part of the National Science Week 2025 celebrations. I wish to commend the NIA for creating this platform to bring together brilliant minds and inspiring stories that reflect the evolving innovation landscape of Sri Lanka. Today's theme reminds us that innovation is not just about ideas, it is about impact. It is about transforming research and creativity into tangible solutions that uplift our country, improve lives, and strengthen our nation's global competitiveness. Science and technology become truly meaningful when they address real challenges, when they help farmers increase productivity, enabling industries to adopt greener processes and create new opportunities for our youth in the digital economy. Science and technology are indeed the engine that drive economic growth and social progress. Yet researchers alone is not enough. The true measure of scientific progress lies in how effectively we can transform our discoveries into real-world applications, products, services, enterprises that create jobs and value for our people. That is why research and development commercialization has become a key national priority. It bridges the gap between universities, research institutions, and industry, ensuring that innovations born in our laboratories reach the marketplace and benefit society. Though the NIA, we can take an important steps to build this bridge, fostering collaboration, encouraging technology transfer, and supporting innovators through new mechanisms such as innovation vouchers, incubators, and pitching events. Our goal is to create an enabling environment where every idea with potential can find its pathway to market and to impact. Today's event, showcasing success stories from individual innovators, startups, SMEs, and leading corporates, demonstrate that innovation flourishes when science meets entrepreneurship and when government, academia, and industry work together toward a shared vision. As the Ministry of Science and Technology, we remain deeply committed to strengthening the national innovation ecosystem by promoting R&D investment, advancing technology transfer, and empowering the next generation of innovators to take Sri Lankan science to the global stage. Let us continue to celebrate science, not just in words, but in action, through innovation that transforms lives, drives sustainable growth, and builds a more resilient, knowledge-based economy for our nation. Thank you. I wish the program very success.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your inspiring words and your continued commitment to advancing Sri Lanka's science, technology and innovation agenda. Thank you once again. So now we are moving to the most precious moments of today's event. Before moving to the program, I would like to make the announcement which I did previously. To secure the language inclusivity, we are having the facility for interpreting these particular sessions, English to Sinhala and English to Tamil. If someone really requires the service, we are ready to supply, and because we want this message to go very well to you. කාට හරි translation අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා නම් කරුණාකරලා ඒ facility එක ලබා ගන්න. මොකද අපි ලබා දීලා තියෙනවා භාෂාව කියන එක කිසිම බැරියර් එකක් කරගන්න අපිට අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. මේ ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක හැම කෙනෙක්ම අතරට ගිහිල්ලා මේ learnings ඕගොල්ලෝ අතරට දෙන්න තමයි අපේ අවශ්‍යතාවය. ඒක නිසා ඒ service එක available හැමෝම අවශ්‍ය කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් අපේ officers ලා ඉන්නවා ඒ ලබා. Thank you. Now we move on the first showcase session of today. Scaling science commercialization strategies from industry, SME, and startup. This session highlights inspiring Sri Lankan enterprises that have successfully transformed scientific research and industrial research and development into market-ready innovations, showing us how science can become sustainable businesses. Our moderator for the session is Mr. Sanjay Alvitigala. Mr. Sanjay Alvitigala is a visionary entrepreneur with over 18 years of experience in Sri Lanka's IT and technology sector. He is the founder of miahive.com, elearning.lk, and wisdomlms.io, which have transformed digital learning and technology-driven education in Sri Lanka. Mr. Alvitigala's work embodies innovation, resilience, and a deep belief that knowledge is power. He continues to inspire the next generation of tech leaders through his ventures and as a visiting lecturer at several universities. I warmly welcome you, Mr. Alvitigala, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to welcome Mr. Alvitigala. Now it's my honor to introduce our distinguished panelists. Ms. Ranmali Abhi Singha, is the co-founder of Sara Labs Private Limited and Director of Business Development as SDS Spices Private Limited, Sri Lanka. Drawing from her background in finance and a deep belief in evidence-based wellness, she has dedicated her work to transforming Sri Lanka's most iconic spice into a globally recognized nutraceutical. Her flagship project, Sweetwood Shot, is the world's first clinically validated Ceylon cinnamon shot, representing a new chapter where traditional spice heritage meets modern health sciences. We welcome you, Ms. Ranwali. Next, Mr. Ushan Chaminder. Ushan is the co-founder of Gavesha Labs Private Limited, a Sri Lankan edutech pioneer dedicated to making STEAM education accessible and impactful. He is a graduate from the University of Moratuwa. Through the Gavesha platform, Ushan has helped thousands of young learners explore hand-on STEAM activities and cutting-edge industries. His leadership in developing the Gavesha app and Gavesha clubs amplifies his belief that every child deserves a chance to dream big regardless of circumstance. We welcome you, Ushan. Next, it's Tilina Veerasekara. Tilina is the head of John Keel's Research, the Research and Development and Innovation Division of John Keel's Holding PLC, where over a decade of experience in research and development, intellectual property management, and business development. He has contributed towards driving commercially oriented innovation projects within the John Keel's Group. Tilina also brings valuable insight from his consultancy work with companies in Sri Lanka and in United States. He holds an MBA from the University of Wales and a BSc in Chemical Engineering from Iowa State University. Passionate about leveraging intellectual property to create business value, Tilina leads efforts to translate technology innovation into strategic growth. Welcome you, Tilina. Over to you, Sanjay. The floor is yours.
Testing. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the event, Innovate to Impact, Celebrating Science and Technology in Action. So a special mention goes to the Minister and the Secretary and all the distinguished guests who are present here today. So I have the task of asking some questions to educate the audience about challenges in commercialization, especially in science and technology area. So the audience, as I am aware, consists mostly of researchers and government R&D officers, correct? Okay. So what we have been experiencing in Sri Lanka is that we have independent innovators, we have independent entrepreneurs, and we have a government. Some would call it a bit much of a government, bit too big to be on the ideal situation. But that particular government has a lot of resources, as I see in front of my eyes. So with these kind of resources, what can the entrepreneurs like us do? What is the benefit that this kind of establishment provides us? And what is in return we can provide to the country? So that is the gap we are trying to fill here, to connect the dots and bridge the knowledge gap. So having said that, I will first move my question to Tilina. Tilina, you are from JKH Research. Kindly share with us one of your key commercialization success stories. We are going to start with the success stories and then come back to the problems. So, Tilna.
Thanks, Sanjana, and thank you to the NIA for having me here today. Just to give a quick introduction to John Keel's Research, we're the R&D and innovation arm of the JKH Group, set up back in 2012 with the mandate of creating value through innovation, invention, and intellectual property for the John Keel's Group. But over the years, we started off mainly as looking at developing technologies which JKH could build businesses around. But we've also pivoted over the years for certain reasons, where we've also looked at providing industry requirements for both internal group companies as well as partner companies as well. So just to talk a little bit about the success story, I'm using one out of our many projects that we've undertaken. I'm using one that is a little bit simpler, and also we've gone through the process. We are still, as Dr. Mudita pointed out, in that innovation valley of death or technology commercialization valley of death, but we are moving through it. So one of the projects that we undertook was the project itself, the initiation was in trying to develop a wound dressing spray. For that, we needed to have silver nanoparticle suspensions, right? And so we stumbled upon a process which is to manufacture a highly stable, highly concentrated silver nanoparticle suspension, right? So, and when we looked at the products in the market, we noticed that it is a lot better than things that companies even in India, Philippines that we spoke to were using. So ours is about 5,000 ppm, can be at scale as well, whereas these companies were buying 1,000 ppm and less, right? So they were, and at a lower cost point as well. So that was one of the success stories that we're talking about, and I think from that we have a lot of insights in going through the technology or commercialization valley of death, and I think we can touch on some of those as we go as well. Yeah.
Yes, of course, there are a few questions for you on each round, but since we have come to that success story, particular success story of yours, you said that earlier to me that to get some approvals, you have to wait at like 6 to 8 months, I believe?
Yeah,
So what's with that?
Yeah, so in terms of, I think part of this whole initiative is that we have an innovation ecosystem, right? Competition, when it comes to technology commercialization, happens at the innovation ecosystem level. So we are basically part of that innovation ecosystem is when you're doing the first part of research, the R&D part, you might have to go and get certain testing done and so on. So then you go to the research institutes and so on and get those testing done. But then once you have a product and you want to take it to market, there is a regulatory process as well. And that process also sometimes it takes time as well, right? But there is and I think it's important that there is a process and that the process is followed as well. But one of the problems I think and maybe I'm getting into problems a little too early here, but is that as a country, I think we need to understand that the innovation ecosystem and innovation, whether it's a business, whether it's a startup, wherever it comes from, is a result of that entire innovation ecosystem, right? So as a whole, as a country, when either a startup or a company does well and we have a product being exported, going through that, being commercialized, that brings value to the economy. Right, so that is a win for the entire innovation ecosystem in terms of the R&D space as well. So I think when we are interacting with some of those, getting those regulatory approvals and things like that, sometimes the bodies that are part of that don't fully comprehend the value for the country. I'm not advocating for cutting corners in any way, right? There is a process, it needs to be followed, but if it is local innovation that we as a country are promoting, then that process, everyone needs to understand that that process will bring value to the country, which means to the government, to the entire ecosystem. So then following that, there is a buy-in to it, right?
Okay, so maybe you can expand on that later when we come to that question. Thank you, Tilna. So I'll now move to Ranmali from SDS Spices. So Ranmali, same question for you. Share with us your key commercialization success story.
Okay, so as Tilna did, I would like to start off by giving a quick background about who we are and what we have been doing. So basically, I joined a company which is basically a third-generation cinnamon exporter. I think the original company was founded in 1930s, and we have been exporting cinnamon in the same form, same format for the last, from inception. So one of the reasons we have been doing that was also because, the market for spices are just as a condiment. So we wanted to look at, for example, what are the other areas, what are the other places where if you use a spice, how can you add value? And with the whole, with lifestyle diseases becoming a big issue, and after COVID, there was such a big market opening up for sort of lifestyle products, we decided to actually embark in research looking at, what about, there's been a lot of papers that have been published, I think, by international scientists and some of the local scientists about the importance of cinnamon and how it works. But there hasn't really been a lot of how to make it a usable product wasn't really there. And that's really where we stepped in, because you can have all the research in the world, but then translating that into something that's user-friendly and that is actually effective it's a completely different pathway. So for us, I think I wouldn't still call it a success story commercially, because it's a journey. We have got past, I think, a lot of hurdles. But right now, for example, we've managed to take it from the lab to having a validated product that has been sort of launched. We launched our Ceylon cinnamon extract shot last year at CIAL, which is one of the largest trade shows in the world in France. And we were lucky enough that we were sort of selected as one of the innovation finalists. But I wouldn't call that it is
definitely a success story. Yeah.
However, real success is really when it comes to how much dollars I can earn, or the country can earn for that matter. It's not really just something, getting an award or having a research paper published, which we also have done. We've done the clinical trials, we got the papers published, but still it's not translating into dollar revenue, which is what really ideally all our inventions really should come to. And I think that's where I appreciate being framed as a commercial success story, but we are at a crossroad right now. And I think we also don't talk, especially when it comes to innovation, about funding sources. So right now, I am lucky that I am a part of a bigger company, that I do have certain level of funding, but
You got acquired?
Sorry?
You got acquired?
No. So this, the company that I founded is a subsidiary company of SDS Spices, which is the parent company. So I have a safety net, which I think that most new companies or startups, I think it's a requirement. And I don't think a lot of startups have that luxury. And even at this point, we are at that, it comes to a point where you're at a crossroads. And we are at that crossroads. Do I spend whatever money that I have earned, do I spend it on more CapEx-related things, or do I spend it on marketing? Because that's the other really interesting thing about bringing something really innovative into the market. And this is something that Dr. Mudita and I have talked about a lot. You can come up with the most innovative product, the most helpful, the best product in the world, but if you cannot get that message across, it will be a failure. And I'm being very truthful right now, we are facing that struggle. Internationally, for me to explain to the audience, okay, why is Ceylon cinnamon good for you? Most people don't know what Ceylon cinnamon is. What is the difference between Ceylon cinnamon and cassia? Why is it good for you? What will it do? Then trying to sort of chase out the perception that the flavor profiles are dissimilar to cassia. There's already an existing perception. So the amount of, especially if it's an innovative product, the amount of money that you have to spend on creating awareness, forget about marketing, but just creating awareness is, I think, exponentially more than what it would be if I had done, say, like a cinnamon bun. So
you have to educate the customer as well going forward.
Exactly. So this is where we are right now, commercialization. We are really right now at that crossroad trying to understand what we should, how we should move forward, really. So,
Okay. Let's try to find some answers here today then. So now I move to Ushan. Ushan is a startup founder, very well known one in the STEM arena. So Ushan, same question to you. You can do a self-introduction and kind of with your key commercialization success story.
Yeah, thanks, Sanjay. Simply, we are in education. The most difficult thing actually Actually, we are trying to solve, there's a big issue in education, which is like, when it comes to education, what we in country, general idea is, someone had to teach our children and they need to, that's why the tuition and the industry is existing, right? But the education is, what I believe, it's a journey that someone figure out, and it's more like a self, discovering process and something going through. Like we have internet and everything right now, YouTube, they have massive amount of information if you want to, but still, can you think why tuition and kind of things are existing? Like if you want to find any knowledge, now it's there, but those industries still existing. Why? Because in Sri Lanka, more like in Sri Lanka, India, these countries, we have that mindset. There should be a teacher, always should be there for a child. But can you just think, we have massive tuition classes, right? There are 1,000 students in a single class. Can you think that that particular lecturer can give a personal touch to the student, even though we send our children to those classes, we can't get that, right? But we are still sending our children to those classes because we feel like if there's a teacher, my child will get an education. But right now, we know there's a huge issue in education. Whatever the things we are going to learn is not going to match up with the industrial real need, right? So there's a huge gap. So we are trying to solve that through Gavesh. What we're trying to do is like, we are creating journeys, like I'll say it's like maybe a game or something like that, experience, where children can choose and go through. And once they figure out that the mysteries in that journey, actually there are really nice parts, like the impressive things. So they'll discover actually, oh, there are a lot of opportunities for me, rather being a doctor, engineer, the traditional stuff. Actually, when come to a success story, something we did, it's a very crazy thing. Like we have meteorology department, right? Do you believe the meteorology department weather predictions? Like if they say you're going to rain today, do you believe that? We don't like, usually we don't like, there's an issue right now. In med department side, they don't have enough resources in the one side, right? And so like we don't see there's a value. And just imagine next 20 years, how valuable the skills related to climate, environment, and everything. Right now, there's a huge trend for AI and everything, right? But in the future, agriculture, everything depends on the climate, but we are not educating those skills. We see, actually, there's a tiny piece in our curriculum to, memorize what is climate, the traditional stuff is there. So it's not enough. So what we do is like, we created a program where children can build a tiny weather station at home, and while building that one, they learn about the technology and everything. And those weather stations are available on the internet. So the data, whatever the weather predictions, not the prediction actually, the temperature, humidity, everything will be visible on a website on a real time. So it's visible on the real time. The amazing thing is, the reason for med department to give false, not 100% accurate issues, that they don't have enough resources to collect data. But right now, we have the biggest network of weather station made by children. Like they're maintaining it really good, because the maintenance cost for the biggest challenge in meteorology units is maintenance cost. Once it's down, no one's going to fix it. But for the children, they're fixing it because they get points and there's a leaderboard, they get rewards and everything. So they maintain it. We have, so that's something we are doing. We are creating this kind of engagement program. Children do something and discover what are the future possibilities. For example, now actually we have children who want to become climate engineers and climate scientists right now more than ever. With like, that's something actually I'm trying to do. We are trying to figure out what are the gaps in the industry, what the gaps in the future industry, not right now, and build learning programs for the children can engage and figure out what are the things I can do in the future, something like that. So that's what we do. It's actually, it got a massive success compared to the what we have done earlier. So like, it's very difficult to hack the education like right now, because everyone, even if you have a child, what you expect from your child is to get a 90 marks, A, B, and everything. That's the entire mindset in Sri Lanka. So that's one of the biggest challenge we have. But we figure out not to go, while doing this entire process, we actually start with educating a child that will be really good. What I want to means we thought to go direct to the child and build a solution for them, but it's not commercially successful for us. The reason is no one want to go with this kind of climate education kind of thing, because that doesn't help their child to go for a university and everything. So we thought, okay, we can't sell our product to the children. Then we thought about who will buy these kind of products. So we figured out there's a huge gap in industry. For example, now we are part of John Keys Group as well. Right now we got investment for the education. Right now we have a blooming tourism industry. But the biggest issue in John Keys is very big in tourism. But for their hotels, they don't have enough chefs and kind of people right now. So what we do is we develop programs for industry to get children on board to those kind of jobs in the future. So we have programs into food engineering, marine engineering, kind of very different kind of aspects where children discover real professions. So that's actually what we try to do. And it's very difficult in Sri Lanka because no one wants to...
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. How, Tilina, going back to... thank you, Ushan, for that. Now the questions are going to be a little bit different based on whether the company is a enterprise level grade, SME or a startup. So going back to Tilina, I would ask you, corporate R&D often aligns with market goals, unlike public research. What mechanisms or partnerships helped JKH convert internal R&D into market-ready products?
Yeah, so Sanjay, thanks for that question. I think if you take it, taking the JKR experience, we've gone through about, I think, 30 plus projects now, and each one, both success and failure, has taught us a lot, right? So there are three insights that I like to talk about. The first and foremost is that whenever we start a project, because we are undertaking commercially oriented R&D, right? So we don't look at any basic research, that's not our mandate. So in that sense, we always, from ideation through R&D, to whether it's intellectual property and then technology commercialization. That's even what our logo really represents, going from a lighter color to the final darker color, is ideation through R&D to a final product, right? So from less concrete to concrete. So if you actually look through that process, whenever we start a project, we always look at the technical viability and the commercial viability at the outset. So the first insight we've learned is that at the very outset, you have to have a plan, you have to have a goal, right? And that can change over time because research and development, as everyone in this room knows better than me, is chaotic. Things go right, things go wrong, but at every point in time, you still have a goal, and that goal might change from time to time, right? But you pivot, all of that, but always the project team has to know what they're looking at. So that's the first insight. The second insight is that technical viability and commercial viability that I talked about has to go hand in hand. I know a lot of researchers here, and I'm sure a lot of them have looked at the technology readiness levels. So we track our projects, all of them, on a quarterly basis on TRL level, but we also, we plot it on the x-axis, and we also look at what is called the commercialization readiness level, which we've adapted from basically the IT industry, but we have our own adaptation. So that also, I'm not going to explain the TRL level because I'm sure everyone is quite familiar with it, but if you look at the CRL level, also from the basic hypothesis in terms of the commercial objective to market validation, having a value proposition, and so on, all the way up to creating a product and revenue generation and optimization, right? So on that scale, we track it. So we look at it, and then if anything is sort of on that below the 45-degree line, that means that we are developing the technology, but not so much, maybe it's not aligned with the. So we always make sure we look at that as well. So second insight is basically that the, and these are things that we have then incorporated into our DNA essentially out of these insights, is that we look at technical viability and commercial viability on that scale, and we track those. And then the third insight that we look at is, I think what Dr. Mudita started off with, is that when we look at technology commercialization, R&D is the first step, right? And that is still, when you take the investment-wise, it's still the beginning, and the investment is still relatively lower. right? When you're crossing that valley of death, both the technology valley of death and the commercialization valley of death, there is a lot of scale up, regulatory, all of that on the technology side. On the commercialization side, you have to pitch to companies, you have to get your internal buy-in, ROI, all of that has to be focused and looked at. So when you're looking at our tracking it on the CRL, TRL level, also there is a certain point at which we need a financial viability and all of that done, right? So as the investment goes through, also we look at it in that sense. So the third sort of insight is that to always know that no matter, once we get a validated product out of the lab, it's still the beginning, right? It's still very much the beginning, and I think Ranmali also spoke about this. That is where the technology commercialization journey really starts. And I think the biggest insight, and this was eye-opening for me, is that I think research and development in Sri Lanka is world-class, right? I strongly believe that, and everyone here in this room is sort of testament to that. But technology commercialization requires a completely different set of skills and an innovation ecosystem. That is where we need to develop, and that's where there is room for growth for us as a country, and I think that is where the value of the NIA comes in as well. So those are the three sort of insights to answer your question.
Great. So one follow-up question to that. Yeah. So you said that there is room to improve. So if you have the power to solve that problem, what would you improve? The first one, the first key thing that you would improve?
Yeah, so the one thing I would do is to make sure that everyone understands that we compete on an innovation ecosystem level, right? We are not competing amongst each other. Yes, there will be projects that, there might be two different entities doing a similar project, and there might be a bit of...
Two different commercial entities, you mean?
Two different commercial entities, it might be two different research institutes, whatever it is, right? But that innovation ecosystem as a whole has to be healthy and has to thrive, right? So let's say I am interacting with another institute, and I need to get some analytical services done, whatever it is. At that point, it's still part of that innovation ecosystem, right? Because we are competing, the bigger picture is that we are competing on a global stage. So then that collaboration should still be able to happen, right? And I think that is where, so if let's say the interactions, if there are 2 or 3 parties in that innovation ecosystem within that whole model, it could be academia, it could be government, it could be industry, but there are interactions happening, right? And that is when I think if we can raise awareness to the point where the 2 parties that are coming together for whatever it is, the requirement to collaborate on, understands that a win for the other party is also a win for us and the larger ecosystem. I think that is what I would like to change. And that mindset shift, if it can happen through awareness, through all of that, I think will really...
Okay. Just not to put you on the spot, but I just gave you the power to make that happen. What would you do?
Sorry?
I just gave you the power to make that happen. Let's assume. What would you do? Is it a policy change or is it education?
Sanjay, I don't think policy changes will do, right? It is a mindset thing, and it is something I think it can only happen if you actually keep going at it. So day in and day out, awareness is important, right? Let me just give you an example. When we first started John Keel's research, going to a research institute or university and signing an NDA was like climbing a mountain. It was tough, right? There were so many different things that, and Dr. Madhita can also...
In private sector, you just email it, you sign it digitally and send it back, and that's done.
Yeah, so back in the day, digital signatures, even I don't think JKH accepted, but my point is, right now that we have moved forward, right? Right now, this group here, basically, if I want to go and get an analytical service from the Open University of Sri Lanka, I can go and get it, and I can pay them. Right? A few years ago, I could get it if I knew the person, and that person might still not have a way to charge me for it. Right? So those things had to happen. Like similarly, now along that technology commercialization journey, when it comes to scale up, regulatory, whether it's business, maybe it's about export, whether it's importing raw materials. We don't have a base chemical industry in Sri Lanka, so that means that there will still be imports and things like that. So when you're actually doing it, and all of those players in that innovation ecosystem have to understand that...
Including the customs.
Yes, so that, I mean, the only way I keep saying what I would like to see, but the only way to really do it is through awareness raising and just going and sort of reaching out to people, talking to them, and showing that there is, it's not something that can be signed by a decree or a gazette or any sort of policy, I don't think.
Okay, thank you, Thilan, for that. So Ranmali, so you turned a traditional agricultural R&D into a premium product line. What research partnerships or technical breakthroughs made that transition possible?
Thank you. So I think, to be very honest, I feel like I wish we had a similar ecosystem that John Keels has when it comes to your research. For me, it was really leaning on people that I knew. The partnerships as in advisory was pivotal for actually moving this forward. So from the research level, I had access to Dr. Mudita. For the clinical trials, I had access to Dr. Anil Abesingha, to coming from the spicers, which way to go, where do I source my materials from. I had Mr. Viraj De Silva, and then on the marketing and operational side, I also had access to Mr. Sumit Jayawardhan, who is the CEO of Bachelor Tea. So, these were some of the most important, I think, partnerships, quote unquote, that I actually had. Beyond that, really, institutional-wise, I can tell you that, for example, the clinical trial that we ran, I have gone to nearly every single university asking for help when we started this project. And when I started off,
How was the response from the universities?
Very good. I mean, they're very interested, and it was never a point where they didn't want to help me. But I think they had issues. Number one, regulatory-wise, getting ethical sort of committee approvals, and it was a big process. And most of these professors also had their own sort of big sort of workload. So for me to, at end of the day, for a product like mine, there is no point in saying, I've never been a person who wants to put out a feel-good product. It has to be something that is legitimate, that it works. And to be able to prove that, I have to work with professors and doctors and try to sort of prove what we're saying. And it was very, very difficult for me to find somebody to take on a project like that. And given the fact that I also had very little funding, fortunately, we were able to win a USAID grant. But even then, it was very difficult until I was introduced to Remedium, which is a privately owned company that does clinical trials. I think it's led by Dr. Asita De Silva. So that, they got involved, and they ran the trials, because I'm not a research scientist. I mean, my background is pure finance. So I know what I need to do and what I need to achieve, but the steps to do that is not available to me. So I was very lucky that I was able to work with Remedium, who ran the clinical trials, that then subsequently helped us publish in actually a US medical journal, which was a huge win for us. And those were some of the partnerships, but it
took a lot of time for you.
It took a lot of time, and maybe this process took me 7 years. It maybe would have been a lot shorter if I think it was easier regulation-wise, but also I think we had a lot of failures, and I think that was one of my key lessons that I think I'm stealing this from somebody. I don't know who's quoted it, but somebody says, fail quick, fail cheap. So this is, I mean, yes, when I say, oh, it's a Ceylon cinnamon extract, it sounds so basic, but we have failed again and again and again at every level, at the lab level, at commercial level. We launched a Ceylon cinnamon extract capsule, which was standardized to the active compound that has all of these benefits, but we launched it a month before COVID, and we failed in a big way. I was fortunate, and then that was also, that also led me to have to look at different extraction methods, for example. That failure led me to the point where we couldn't afford to do the extraction with the company we were working with. So we had to experiment to see what other extraction techniques we can use to actually develop a similar product. And so we have developed our own trademarked extraction technique to actually to develop our final product. But yeah, so for me, I think key lessons are really approaching everybody. And I mean, I think of all the people, Dr. Muditayappa will know how much I have harassed him. I think there are a lot of university professors who know me because I will pick up the phone, I will call, I will sit there, I will go to their office room and sort of ask them questions. And also, before you scale, do things in a pilot level and fail. You learn, you fail again. But for that, I think something that I spoke about earlier also is having that safety net, financial safety net, which I had, fortunately. And I think if we want to continue to innovate, policy-wise, I feel like it's very important to have some kind of government structure that gives that safety net to other entrepreneurs.
Great. Kudos to your perseverance for all those 7 years. I mean, 7 years, it could make or break a business. Not even 7 years, 1 or 2 years is enough. So kudos to you. Right, I'll move to the next question for Ushan. So Ushan, your startup emerged directly from a research background. What was the toughest barrier moving from a validated research idea to being validated by paying customers?
Yeah, that's a tough question. So like we started our journey back in 2019. The idea was to give the best environment for, create the best environment for children to understand, apply technology and learn through it. Usually when it comes to quality education, it's really expensive. That's why we don't have good enough universities and everything, because buying those lab equipment, everything is really, difficult. So like we created a tiny makerspace at a very near to the Morutu University back in 2019. Idea was, so like we give children all the cutting edge tools. Reason was when I was a child, I want to build things. Like when it comes to building things, very difficult to find the stuff, like when it comes to 3D printing, everything, it's really expensive. So like we can't get those things. So I had that bad experience. So we thought, okay, let's create a space so children come and learn. They get the real experience of the technology and where those things are applying and everything. And luckily for us, COVID came. No one moves here and there. So like we had this space, it's like a blank space. It's like dead. So we thought, okay, so it's really crazy. So can't we create a tiny space where we can send to the children's home instead of they come to our space? It's like a send in the lab to children's home so they can learn instead of they are coming. So we came out with this crazy idea and developed that platform. Like we create a tiny kit where actually it is connected to the mobile application. Well, I'm pretty much sure you, all of you have watched Apeyamma YouTube channel, right? For to cook something, right? The biggest thing is YouTube. When giving a YouTube-based education, you can, listen to the thing. But Apeyamma is not going to tell you, okay, puta lunu edi then the podda adu karan. It's not happening on the real time. When it comes to self-education, it's there. That's why actually we are sending our children to the classrooms where we assume that teachers will, guide that one. But that doesn't happen in our education most of the time. So we had the lab. We created the lab, and we had the app, and we had the video-based learning, everything. But the biggest issue we had to solve was children do mistakes. Children do mistakes, like if, just imagine in your childhood, you want to build something. If that is gone wrong, you usually, throw it away, right? Up here, like feels like we are a failure, it's not good for us, right? So we just throw it away. We don't want to make it happen. So we create a technology with app and the lab. If you do something, if something goes wrong, the app real times give you the message, okay, this is why, whatever the thing, maybe it may be a robot or maybe a tiny chemical experiment, it tells you this is not going to happen. Like you're doing a tiny mistake. So it gives a real-time feedback. So now we had the technology good, right? So it was there, it was working, so the child can get the lab and do the experiment. The thing is, again, The lab was little expensive. It's for like a 50,000 rupees or somewhere around that. No one's going to buy it, right? So we had to do something for that. So we came up with a crazy idea. Let's not sell it. Let's sell the lab as a subscription service. Like it's a 90 rupee per day. So like a cheaper than a fish bar. So like it's a 90 rupee for the lab. You can borrow it to your home and to do the experiments. The
No
app.
upfront payment? No upfront payment for it?
No, we don't. Like we got some security information like ID and everything like that. We didn't got any upfront payment. Just we send the kids to the homes. We did it's like a pilot. No, the crazy thing. Obviously, we send those labs all around the country, and as usually, some paid us in a monthly basis. They got that 1, 2, 3 months going on. Then suddenly things disappeared, like all the labs and everything. It was like gone. It's one of the big issues we had. We want to create the best education platform, and we created that. But when to commercialization, it was a failure because we didn't had a good payment method on that. Back in 2019, it's very difficult to get a card payment and everything to the parents. Like usually we didn't use that one, so it was a big issue. If we had a ability to put cards or something, that might work. But when come to the our market, most of the time they didn't have the payment methods and everything. So we sort of had that failure. So that is one of the biggest issue. Even though we had that conceptually the best self-learning education kit where children can do things and understand how the technology is applied in different industries, we couldn't make it commercialized because it was really expensive. But later, we came up with an idea. Okay, now the thing was sending those kids to children is very difficult, and payments are not. So we thought about creating a physical space later after that one, and so the children can come and do the same idea, the same original idea of the COVID. And now we get a subscription much higher than the previous. Like now it's a 6,000 per month rather, that 2,000 thing compared to the kit. But right now, it's a success because now people come to that location, they get the kit and do the experiment. If they want to take it home, they can take it home. And they have to come back now, so like they come and do the exchange. Like, for example, you want to do something now. For example, you want to build a drone. You don't have to buy a drone. You can borrow it. And you can learn the stuff at home. Now, if you want to exchange it, you can come to our location and exchange it for a new one. And we have some mentors and people are there additionally to look after you. So the thing is like technology, tech-based education, everything is really good, but it's not yet in the people's acceptance right now. When you have the physical level of interaction, like in the tuition class and everything, it works. But when it comes to self-learning, it's very difficult. I think, it's a thing. Like we don't want to buy, content, learning contents on internet. It's very difficult. I mean, usually, I think you might have that experience when it comes to selling learning content, something really good. People don't know why. Obviously, we are not used to buy softwares, right? As Sri Lanka, we are not used to buy softwares and license usually. The content we think they are free. So like paying for something digital is very difficult right now. But paying for something physical is much familiar. Even though the price is high, it happens. So that is something we face, the commercialization. We had the products and everything, but making people accept this was very difficult. But right now it's going really good with the club concept. Now people, now there's a physical place. We have 4 branches all around the country right now. So it's really good. So that's what we had to face through the R&D. And one more thing I just want to tell you, as a startup, as soon as I finish my university studies, I want to start a company especially into education. So what we thought was like, we were like, for a company, definitely we need to have funds, right? So, and we need to figure out some product to go to the market. Our initial idea was, let's go to the people who are already in the education, book publishers, people, and ask them to convert their content to digital era. Our logic was back in the 2017, there were few people making learning DVDs. I think you must have familiar that one. The learning DVD, you can buy the DVD and there are lessons and everything. There are two players in the country. So they were the easiest people we can go and convince because the mobile era is coming. So we went to them and asked, your DVD is really good. They had really good content. But the thing was, we told them after 4 or 5 years, obviously DVD-ROM will be obsoleted. Right now you have laptops, it's not there, right? So we're like, okay, stop doing this. Let's go to a mobile content or something. Now this is people's mindset. They are.
So you have seen it before it happened?
Obviously, it's a trend or it's something happening like back in 2017, USA and countries, they are moving to cloud spaces. We are not going there. It's happening like whatever the things happening in Sri Lanka, it's already happening in other countries. If you want to cross-relate it, look at India. Everything happens in India will happen in Sri Lanka 5 years, right? That's happening. So we asked them, let's stop doing DVDs, let's go for a mobile platform or something. But the idea was, what they had was, they are not selling the content, the person, the business, they feel they're selling DVD, not the content itself. It feels like the DVD is the selling merchandise, not the content. So okay, I said, okay, fine, it's okay. Then I had my co-founder, Randunu. We bought all the DVDs and took home. What we did was, we ripped all the content. Like, it was really easy for us. Like, we ripped all the content and sent an email to those guys. Okay, you guys have really amazing DVD, but it doesn't have security. Can you fix it? They was like, oh, come, fix it for us. And it was a really go for us. That's how we started our company. We got all the fund for that project. And then within 2 years or something, we convinced them somehow mobiles is the future. So we go with them and build entire platform and everything. So like, it was for us, even though the education, the products, everything, especially when they come to self-education and discovery, it's there. But people are not there, not still to accept it. But I hope the changes will come with whatever the reforming happening from next year onward, because it's totally on the next level.
Okay. And since you asked about how the e-learning business is going here, so it depends on your market. Especially the school crowd is reluctant to pay for online learning because the parents are reluctant to pay for that and the kids aren't able to convince the parents to do that. But there are cases where it is not the case, but generally that is the case. But after school crowd is pretty much looking forward to that. So we have a huge market here, even in Sri Lanka. For that, we have a big market. So I'll go back to Tilina. So third question for you. This one is interesting. So this is where we are going to connect the dots. When working with the government, what typically works and what doesn't, and what needs to improve from a corporate perspective?
Yeah, I think, Sanjay, spoke a little bit about this, I think, in my previous answer also, and it's a lot more about...
you have your own experiences when what works and what not.
Yes, so it's less about what works and what doesn't, and more about when things work and when things don't, right? And I think in my experience, at least, it's been different. I mean, we've had to sort of reach out to different government bodies at different points in time, whether it's research institutes and universities, or whether it's certain bodies for regulatory approvals, or any sort of form of business things, right? And our approach to it has always been to see how we can bridge the gap between them and us, and sort of explain the importance of what we are doing from a national level and a national innovation ecosystem, contribution to the innovation ecosystem, rather than from a corporate view of saying, okay, this is a business opportunity that we as John Keels want to take on, but also, I mean, by doing that, we also contribute to the innovation ecosystem. So why I said rather than what works, because in different instances, different approaches work, right? But when we have seen it work is when we can, as I mentioned previously, also come with the same mindset where, we are looking at ways of making it work. The two parties have two different roles to it, right? Let's take the regulatory aspect to it. It's been, okay, my thing is I have a product which I want to get to the market, but I also want to do good in the world, right? I'm not trying to get a product into the market that doesn't meet whatever regulate. I want to meet those regulatory requirements, and on their end, they have processes to be followed, right? So my expectation on that end is that they will follow their processes, and look at it, see if this meets all the requirements. If it meets it, then we look at the, so generally that process gets followed. It's where we sort of don't see sometimes where when it doesn't work is when you have certain other parties looking at it and saying, okay, this is a company doing innovation for their benefit, but they don't then see the bigger value that we can bring to the economy, the country, the government, all of that, right? When it works is when we are in sync in that sense. So which is why I think it's important that all players in that innovation ecosystem, both academia, government, industry, are on the same page when it comes to the fact that we would like to see good research, good products going into the market, and maybe even the global market, and bringing dollar revenue, plus revenue anyway, to the country, which then benefits, which then increases the tax collection of the government and all of that, right? So the entire ecosystem then gets lifted up. And that is what I think is the
Okay. So let me ask you a question to simplify this a little bit more.
Okay.
Let's take one example. Let's say there's a research done in a university or a government lab for an X product. So they have come up with a solution to a problem in the society,
Sure.
right? So that's research is there. You see that research as JKH, right? Or John Keel's research. You see that particular research done there. Now you immediately make a connection between a problem in another country where if we could use this research, we could make a product and go to that country and earn some dollars. So guide me through the process step by step. The ideal situation, what would you expect from that process, including from within your organization as well as the government and the country?
Yeah. So in that sense, Sanjay, what you're talking about is basically us being that middle person, like bridging the gap between R&D and industry, right? So we basically look at it and say, and we've had these sort of conversations, actually, I can't share some of the details, but we are working with a similar project with a university in Sri Lanka at the moment, where we saw the opportunity and we're looking at it, right? So the first thing there is that we would then go and have a conversation with the researcher, and then, of course, the university, and each of the universities now have their own IP policies. They have a university business linkage cell, and there are people that you'd approach it through. And what we look at it is to see...
So the researcher get compensated for his discoveries?
Of course, it has to be, right? Basically, so that is based on the IP policy of the university, right? So how we look at it is, if we are going and collaborating with them, we say, okay, whatever that has been developed so far is owned by the university, and whatever agreement the university has with the researcher is that. But from there onwards, if we are doing a co-development agreement, we would look at shared ownership of IP, of the foreground IP. That's the IP that is developed after we go there. So the background IP will still be this thing, right? So then, let's say we develop it together. Generally, there will be a refinement of the product, right? There could be a refinement of the product, there could be scale up, all of that happens, right? So then we'll have to look at what IP there was up to the point, which is owned by the researcher. There might be IP that we bring into the table as well, maybe another project that we have worked on that we are sort of adding. So then that might be our background IP, and then the foreground IP is owned 50-50, right? And then we look at how do we commercialize it. I mean, there will be pitching. I mean, with Silmatic, for example, that's an internal thing, but I just counted yesterday, we, for that technology cluster, we have pitched to over 43 companies right now, like 43 pitches we have done over the years, right? And that was before going to S&D, and we still continue to do for different applications, right? So so all of that has to happen, and then even internally for John Keel's, once we have an agreement with the university and this thing, we'll have to go and pitch to our management, our group executive committee, to say that, this is why we are looking at it. This is the opportunity that we as JKR see, and if we do undertake it and we commercialize it, whether it's internal manufacturing through a John Keel subsidiary or whether it is something we license out to another party, this is the revenue that we will get from royalty for our share of the IP. This is what the university will get, and so on, right? So internally for our IP, we will have an arrangement internally for how our researchers and scientists get compensated, and their benefits and their sort of bonuses and all that stuff. It's an internal JKH thing, right? So because you asked the question about whether the researcher will get, that really comes down to ultimately the university's IP policy.
Okay, so just to tap on that a little bit, how long would this entire process take? You said that you have pitched to over 45 companies. In some cases, you might have to pitch for 3 and one gets it up. In some cases, you might have to pitch for 100. So there could be a large time frame that we are talking about. On average, what would this should be in terms of make it viable for a company to approach such research and get it to the market? She spent 7 years doing it. So.
Yeah, so I mean, some of the projects we've been pitching for close to that or maybe even more, right? But on the Silmatic example, I think we started pitching somewhere in 2019 for applications, right? So wound dressing related applications, cosmetic applications. The actual manufacturing and scale up, we started pitching about 2 years ago, right? And that also we pitched both internally in Sri Lanka and externally as well. And we are continuing to pitch because we've given SND exclusive license for manufacturing in Sri Lanka. They have the right to export and so on. And when we pitch now outside, we pitch it to say, okay, we have a contract manufacturer in Sri Lanka who can manufacture and send it to you, but we can also give you transfer that technology for you to manufacture there, but you can't then sell it to Sri Lanka, essentially. That's sort of a different agreement. But the time frame really depends on the project, and it's also, once we pitch, often we get other requirements. So there is further fine-tuning. I mean, on the Silmatic example, we signed up with SND. Then when we were doing the scale-up, we went and put it in the reactor. It didn't work, right? So then months of sleepless nights trying to solve that problem, getting it through and all that. So it really depends on the project, the technology, the parties you're pitching to. Some people really move really fast. I mean, we've been pitching to a Japanese company recently, and their processes take a lot longer because culturally also they are more meticulous in that sense. So it all really depends, I think, in terms of the time. But ideally, from an internal point of view and from our management's point of view, as fast as possible.
Great. You had something to add quickly, so yeah, 1 minute you can edit.
Yes. When it comes to innovation, it's about embracing mistakes, like mostly. But what the biggest thing I see with the government bodies, they are not go for take mistakes. They have to, I don't know why. So that's one of the reason it's getting really slow for actually when it comes to MOE and we engage with a lot of programs with MOE, but they are really slow at taking decisions on doing something experimental kind of thing, because that's one of thing I have experienced so far. So one big issue what I have seen from the government side, like if they embrace innovation, that means we're gonna make mistakes. Obviously, that's how it works. So that's one thing I feels like if that happens, if they have that courage to do mistakes, that will be really good.
Good point. Sure. So commercialization කියන්නේ වැඩක්. So it's a huge process. From research to commercialization, there's a big process. There are a lot of things that can go wrong. There are a lot of contact points, touch points, risk takers, risk-taking points. So all the dots have to connect in a process that goes on for years and years. So maybe a government change, the entire research process goes down, which is completely unrelated to the problem. So that can happen. So this is the challenge. This is the challenge we are trying to solve. So it doesn't matter, regardless of whatever out there is happening, it's our duty to partner with the industry and provide good research and help the industry to go and commercialize, because the industry, as I am coming from the industry, I know how hard it is to take some money from a customer to convince that you have to pay us for this particular product. Even though how good our product is, there can be other competing products from other countries. So China can come up with they can come up with better research, better infrastructure, better supply chain, right? So we are competing with that. So it's it's a surprise that even we are able to get one product through to the international market with this kind of a setup in the global setting. So kudos to our inventors, kudos to our commercialization expert, kudos to our entrepreneurs who have done it already. But it's a tough ask, so that's where we all have to come in and focus on this. So Ranmali, I'm going to come into the next question. Same question for you. What are your expectations from government bodies and other institutional partners?
So what I can actually tell is basically, I'm no policy expert, but I can tell what has worked for us, what sort of incentivized us to move forward, and what allowed us to stay afloat. So we actually started this project when I think the government at the time was giving, I think, a 300%, a tax benefit on R&D. So the industry that I'm in, which is basically spice exports, and specifically Ceylon cinnamon, we are all traders. Our margins are not even double digits. They are minuscule. So for me to convince our board of directors that it's worth taking a risk, because when you start a project, you're basically, the first monies that we spent was not even product development. It really was just looking at, what are the active compounds in Ceylon cinnamon? Does it really work? What is the best way for us to extract it? Is it shelf stable? These are basic questions, and as a company, I have to convince my board that, it's worth putting this money into this research, even though there is no product in sight that's going to bring me money in the next year, next 2 years. That tax incentive was a huge opportunity for us, and that is really why we started this project. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't have. And unfortunately, this is where I would really like to contribute, where if you have, if there are ventures like that that's going to sort of help companies, I think there should be stability of those policies despite government changes. I think that is why India and China have done so well. They have 5-year plans. Their policies don't change when it comes to these sort of things. That was one thing. So the tax incentive is a huge thing. Then secondly, for me, running, I needed a lab and I needed a clinical trial done. And for me, I was lucky enough to, there was grants available at the time, so which we applied to and we won. However, again, what was very interesting was I couldn't have, so I specifically work for the subsidiary company. I wasn't allowed to take the grant. I was given the grant from the parent company. So basically, they would give the parent company the grant, which then flowed through to the subsidiary. But if I was a standalone company, I would not have access to those grants, which is,
Which is unfortunate.
Which is very unfortunate. And again, to sort of, again, right now, for example, I am the queen. I believe that grants are a really, really valuable thing for startups. And for example, we don't have a culture where there are sort of marketing. We don't have a culture of sort of innovation. Like I love 2016 India innovation. They have so many policies that they have run for the last 10 years, which support their new and upcoming companies. For example, I think I would have loved to apply for a patent, but I can't afford it. I literally cannot afford an international patent. For me, it was a decision between, do I take that money and spend it on marketing and educating my client and then building a brand, or spending it on a certain amount of capex, or do I spend it on patenting? Now, India has a policy where they actually refund 80% of the patent fees. I don't see why. That would be such a valuable tool. Then my other absolute favorite
Good use of public taxpayers' money.
Yes, it's R&D, right? And they have another program which I think is at the stage that I am in now. It's called PLI. The PLI system, which is basically production-led incentives. And from what I have read, one of the reasons that even sort of the smartphone manufacturing has started booming in India was because of this PLI scheme. So it is not something where you're asking for grants. Each stage has, I think, you need certain amount of financial incentives. But for example, now where I am in, I really wouldn't want a grant. You shouldn't give me a grant. I'm earning money right now. My R&D expenses are not what it used to be. However, something like a PLI, which is I'm getting payback for actually exporting and increasing productivity, improving on my marketing, improving on my sort of manufacturing. It gives you that incentive to push harder. And I think there has to be, it shouldn't be a ad hoc thing where it's like, oh, we will do this, oh, we will do this. There has to be a proper, an ecosystem for each stage, because as I think all three of us have been talking about, is commercialization isn't taking something from the lab and okay, we can now commercialize it. There are multiple steps, multiple ways that you can fail. And I think there are lots of ways that we can help reduce that risk. So that's...
Great, great. That's a passionate talk. Okay, Shan, I'm coming to you. Again, same question. What do you expect from the government and the ecosystem, and what needs to improve?
Okay, I'll tell you something going on Gavish right now. Now, I told you about that we have a weather network, actually maintained by children. It's there. Now we have around 100 active weather stations where children are maintaining, and it is funded by UNICEF, right? We did it as a pilot project, and children's engagement is really good. You know how difficult to keep a children focus on one thing for one single day. Right now, we have children working on this one for entire 1 year. It's working really good. Now, UNICEF want to make it really big. They want to create this entire platform for the entire country so that there will be around 3,800 children who's owning weather station all around the country. So they have the money and everything. Now we have the platform ready. Now they want this the value of this data, right? They're having all the real-time weather data. We can sell it for the insurance company and everything. It's a massive useful is there. But UNICEF, only thing they don't want us to have the data. They want government to have the data so they can continue the project. Now I'm taking this project to all the government. I'm like, what I'm asking is, we don't need any penny. UNICEF is there to fund. Just take the responsibility of data platform, that's all. No one is taking it, right? The platform, the funding, everything is there. It's happening. Government is not going to take the response, just owning the data. It's happening. We're going to maintain the project. We'll do everything. No one is taking that step. Now, I went to Met department, obviously, no. And MOE, no. Right now, we are having discussions with science ministry as well. I don't know, it's really slow. Now, the funds are there. In my case, the funds are there. Everything is there. No one is there to take that responsibility. So, because of that, the project is still stalled. So, we need to embrace to go for new things. That's one thing. Actually, that's something I am feeling I'm experiencing that again and again and again. Like when it comes to education, what I have realized is what we're going to teach today will invalidate in the future. We can't predict the future. Obviously, we can't say learn these things will be changed. So we have to embrace that, okay, fine, what we need to have that attitude change, not the content itself. Whatever the things we're going to learn will invalidate in the future. We don't know what will happen. So that's actually right now. 10 years ago, learning IT, doing IT is really good. Now, because of AI, there's a huge risk. Right now, we have graduates. Every year, there are around 10,000 IT graduates. Now, jobs are decreasing really fast. Now, what happened to the people who learn?
Traditional software engineering jobs,
yeah,
you mean?
It's going down. The demand for the jobs, supply for the job market is really, the students are coming really fast, but the jobs are not there because of that is really slowing down. So those days, we can say confidently, in IT it's really good, but right now we can't say. So likewise, we can't, guarantee the content for the future. But if we can create a platform where, they can engage and, gain other soft skills, that will be really good. Now we have those kind of things, but from government side, I feels like they are little slow on taking these kind of new decisions. So that's something I feel like there are a lot of projects actually when it comes to investment as well. I don't think that's very difficult to find money in Sri Lanka. There are people with money, and sometimes the people who have good idea don't know how to go and talk with the investors. It's also there. So right now we have broke the barrier of getting the investor. In this case, we have the UNICEF and everything. The money is there, but the getting that ownership, transferring that ownership, and actually we're willing to do that. The entire platform without keeping it. We made the entire project open source and everything. But I want to see from government side that you do, in our sense, a crazy things, like doing innovation. I'm pretty much sure Wright brother didn't have a backup plan if their plane goes wrong, right? They just try it out, if it fly, it's fly. Otherwise, something will happen, right? So I feel like if you can brew a side of mindset where they allow the government officers to fail and learn something, that will be a massive. That will change. I think that's happening on India in some level. I feels like it's going there.
Okay.
So that's something I
Since you
expect.
touched on investors, I would like to move forward with the question, the final question anyways. So, so investors love to see, I mean, in your view, what evidence does an investor need to adapt a prototype project and make it scale?
I think it's purely on the team and their passion. Like mostly truly what investors looking at the people and what they want, whether they can achieve it or the way, it doesn't matter. Like obviously people know they make mistakes, they can pivot from whatever the thing we start will not be the thing we're gonna end up with. So they're primarily focused on the team and their consistency for that one. Like spending something like spending 7 years, 8 years on one thing is a massive. That's not coming from the money and everything. Money should be there to back up that, but that the need and the passion is the key thing. That's actually
Understanding of the investor.
obviously. So like if you can show that you are really into this one, it's not very difficult to get acceptance from the investor's perspective. They have the money and everything, but they have the biggest issue they have from the investor mindset. What I have feel is like they have the money, but they don't know whether I can trust this money with these guys. That's there. So like if you can prove that you are into really this and you are working really passionately, I think it's not a big issue.
Okay, so I just asked that question because investment is needed, especially in the angel level, where you first get an investment to pick up your product for the first time and put it to the market to testing. So in that case, that would directly affect whether the investment is picked up. Otherwise, the researchers will also, will struggle to see the fruits of their labor through commercialization. So if an investor doesn't pick up the end product or the prototype and go to market with it, the entire chain from research to commercialization breaks down at the end. So that is disappointing. So that should not happen. That's why I asked that question.
One more experience. Actually, there's a food expo, packaging expo every year in Sri Lanka, right? There's a separate stall for university food inventors every year. So I went to one of those exhibitions, and there was a nice jam invented by a student from Peradeniya University. It was really good. I asked them, can I invest you to continue this one? He was the inventor, but he said, I'm not sure about that one. I need to ask from my seniors and everything to get approval. This is whether I'm going for to go for a product like this. We have a really good education system where actually we can create really good researchers. Like we have really good researchers and everything, but they are not ready to go for a market. Like, yeah, I mean, like they are really reluctant.
They are afraid of money.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously, like our children in generally, our education system is trying to brew children who are afraid to fail. But we need to embrace the fail. That's where the innovations truly happens, right? That's why the USA, they're doing crazy stuff. Sometimes they fail, but they embrace it, right? That's what we need to do. We have really nice capacity, the individuals, but they're afraid to go. Even sometimes we want to give the money, they feels like, okay, I need to think a lot of things. Like they had to go and ask mom sometimes. Like that's very crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah, so I mean, I have gotten responses from such talented individuals that, sir, I have to quit. So I asked why. I am getting a job offer from a government department next year, so I am going for the pension. So my parents are pushing for that. So these are talented people that we are losing. Nothing against the government.
No, I think
so I will ask the last question and you can answer based on that. So same question basically, once a prototype proves viable, you have to commercialize it. So what do you look at in commercializing such a venture?
So when the, like I said already, I think once you have a validated prototype from the lab, that is really where it starts, right? And I think we've talked about how difficult this journey of technology commercialization is, but I also want to say how rewarding it is, right? I think that is, I started my career at John Keel's Research when I managed projects in the innovation space and all of that. But I really thought that once we have that, first product validated in the lab, we had won, right? and we hadn't, because that really is the beginning, and then you have to go through that technology valley of death, all of the challenges, getting your parent company to invest in it more, and then when things don't go according to plan, to sort of keep at it, the persistence and all of that, and go through that technology valley of death. And I still think going back to the thoughts along the lines of not being willing to put yourself out there and fail, I think that is something. If you're looking at technology commercialization, as I mentioned, that is tough, but it's also rewarding, because once you do see that product on the shelf and you see revenue coming in, it is a feeling that it's just amazing, right? And we haven't still got to the point of break even and beyond, so I'm sure that will be, actually, as Ranmali also pointed out, I think that would be the next level of that. But I would really encourage, and I would love to see more students, especially out of the university system, once they do research, work on some of it, go into technology commercialization as a profession, right? So you asked me whether I'm a researcher when we met first. I'm not. I basically see myself as a technology commercialization professional. So I like this valley of death. That basically, or at least I enjoy being in it. It's not, and each journey is very different, right? Each project, the challenges are different. The people you work with is different. All of that is different. So it's always a new thing, right? So I would like to sort of end on the note of saying that I would really like to see technology commercialization as a profession grow in Sri Lanka. I know there are some people here who I think through certain entities, there's also a formation of the Lanka Association of Technology Transfer Association, where most of the university business linkages, the technology professionals, commercialization professionals from the university are part of. And I think we are, as John Keel's research, the only party that is sort of represented there that is from industry. I would like to see more of that. I think in the US, as was pointed out, in the 80s when they were going through this process, they brought both industry, technology transfer managers from the university to the same table. They also had the debate, okay, should it only be technology transfer managers from the universities, or do we include everyone? And then they settled on, we need to have that conversation, right? So India has similar things set up where it's called STEM, where they have their Technology Transfer Managers Association. I've joined that as well, right? So we need to be more welcoming, inclusive of that, and bring everyone to the table and really foster this technology commercialization profession. It's actually a skill, and there is a lot of learning. There are certifications that you can get in terms of that as well. So I would like to see more people enter that, because the same way that we have world-class R&D, we can also have world-class technology transfer and commercialization. If we develop those skills, it won't be an overnight thing, of course, but it will be something that we can grow with, and I'd like to see that happen.
Great, thank you. Tilna, so let's move on to Ranmali. The final question, you can add final remarks, or I'll also ask a special question from you. If university researchers come to you with a novel extraction or processing method for your current product or a product range that is coming in the future, what would convince you to invest or adopt it commercially?
Well, it has to be something that, end of the day, we love all of these new and novel ideas, but sometimes I also think that I would very heavily invest in something that would actually reduce costs for our existing businesses. So as I mentioned, yes, it's lovely to be completely innovative, come to the market with something that nobody has ever heard of, but that's just one side of innovation. I feel that there's also another side of innovation where you can add efficiency, productivity, reduce costs, wastage, and I don't really see a lot of that, and I think that's not talked about enough. Yes, you can extract in
compliance, maybe?
Exactly. For example, just talking back into, again, like what I know. Now, for example, cinnamon processing happens. Ceylon cinnamon is very unique to Sri Lanka. Nowhere else in the world is it processed the way, forget about the chemical, the chemical compounds and all of that, but if you just look at the process, the peeling process, how they manage all of those is, we still do it at a very basic level. And there needs to be, I know University of Moratuwa, for example, has done a lot of work to try to improve the efficiency of some of these processes, but I feel like they need to talk more with, people who are in the industry and maybe find out like what works, what doesn't, and if it doesn't work, maybe not stop there. Let's pivot a little bit and see, okay, maybe this is what we can do, and try to look at the existing industries also in a bit of a different way. For me, I think that would be one of the main things that if I had the opportunity to invest, I would, more than looking at something absolutely novel again, because your cost points are quite different.
Great. Okay, so that's our discussion, and we have room for 2 questions from the audience. So if anyone want to ask a question, the stage is up. Have we made through to you, or are all the questions solved? No questions? Okay, you have one. Okay, thank you. Can we get a mic over there, please? ඕනේ භාෂාවකින් අහන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක්.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Pabasarani here. So my question is for Mr. Ushan Chaminda. So I'm a lecturer in computer science at the Open University of Sri Lanka. So what we do there is open and distance learning. So when it comes to the Gavisha labs, I felt like it's like pretty much same that we did in our university, because what we do here is we put all theories, like we give our theoretical parts online, and we have 15 regional centers around all around the Sri Lanka. And for the practicals and for the final examinations, students come to the centers and do the practicals and all. So is it same like you told us 2 scenarios. The one is 90 rupees scenario and the second one is 6,000 rupees scenario. So in here I feel like 6,000 scenario is pretty much same like what we do in Open University. Please apologize me if I'm wrong here. But what I got confused is that 90 rupees scenario. Actually, to be honest, I didn't get that. How we do lab practicals online?
So, yeah. So what we have is like, if you want to do a lab practical, that means you expect certain output, right? So for example, you want to create a base solution or acid solution up to a certain level. So what we have is a tiny device. It comes in the lab. You put it in the solution, and it's connected to the mobile application through Bluetooth. So we expect child will end up with this kind of level, and he had to do the steps. While he doing the steps, that app automatically connected to that particular solution and its device, and it measures what is the level continuously. If he made a mistake or something, the app knows what's happening and it prompts you what you need to do. That's how the self-learning happen with the experiments. So like we expect certain output, so we map those output to our mobile application. There's a learning lessons and curriculum, everything. So while the student do the steps, if there's something unexpected happening, we are giving that message to the children. So that's how the self-learning happen within our kit. So like you don't have to have a mentor or teacher, someone next to him. He can do the experiment. If something going off, we measure it and let the student know this is what's happening, and you can take these kind of steps. So throughout that journey, they figure out, okay, these things could happen. So what we expect is children doing and figuring out. What we expect is they're going through that journey and getting exposed to the new ways of doing that, or how they get mistakes and everything. Have I answered your question?
Yes, thank you so much. And the second one is that 6,000 rupees scenario.
Yeah.
So yeah, is it same like that what we do here as the Open University, or is it different?
Perhaps if you have that education, like do you have the classes kind of things there every monthly?
You mean like for the every courses, if we have to do practicals, yes, we conduct practical sessions all around the Sri
Okay.
Lanka in our
Yeah.
regional centers.
In that case, it's more similar. But what we have is like a 3-month, 4-month programs. So like for example, we have program into food engineering. The end exam is children have to build yogurt or whatever the food, and they have to sell 12,000 worth food, whatever that they sell. That's the exam. If they bring the revenue sheet and everything, cost everything, they pass. So throughout that 3 months program, we facilitate the equipments and give the mentorship and everything. So that's what happened.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, one more question we are getting. Okay, Dr. Mudita, has a question, and she also raised hand, so you can ask the next one, final one. Yeah,
Hello,
sorry.
thank you. It was a very interesting panel discussion. By the way, I'm Samantha Eddamal, research officer from Veterinary Research Institute. This is not actually a question, it's a comment for Mr. Ushan, what he said about that government institutes doesn't take the responsibility or something like that. It's actually, it's not I am defending anything. I think there's also a reason behind that. It's not only for you, because I am also an innovator in the system, even within the government system. I find sometimes my path is more harder than yours, because at least you have the financial freedom and everything. You only have to struggle with the system, but we have to struggle with every aspect of it.
And you end up with the co-op committee afterwards.
Yes, and but still I understand where this reluctance comes, and this lack of taking this fear of taking responsibility and risks is where that it comes, it's not that they don't want to support you. It's basically, if something goes wrong, there's nobody to support that person. He is on his own. So in my case, I know that I have been pushing to validate my vaccine for the past 3 years, and I know that it happens through my seniors, and I know where their reluctance coming from. That if something, that it's like I am doing everything within my capacity, but there's a limit a researcher can do. Then after that, certain point the baton has to pass through the chain, and the senior persons and the government entities has to take the responsibility, and they are scared until it is proven 1,000 times. They are scared to take the risk, because if something, that's what they say, that if something just once in a million time, if it goes wrong, they will end up in all these committees and having to explain themselves.
Yeah, actually, that's why actually I told that we need to have a culture where you embrace the mistakes. So if that's there, making mistakes quite okay. That's the like, if we can do that culture from the top to bottom, so we can propagate faster. That's something we need to work together. Like it's a collective work. Like it's a collective work. We have to have that dream to go for something real. We need to have a dream to build a better Sri Lanka. That's the only thing we need. We might make mistakes, but still need to go there.
Some regulations need to change to support that. Dr. Mudita, final question.
As I explained in the welcome speech, commercialization is probably harder than actually invention itself. But even in that space, you need some creativity, some strategy, and hefty load of courage. But I didn't see all three of you talking about that, because I've personally seen that in two of you. I'm pretty sure it's with you also. But this is for all three of you. Why don't you emphasize on that? Because it's not just the strategy and the creativity. In the commercialization strategies, you need courage also.
Great. Yeah, obviously, all these people have courage. So she kind of battled with the system for 7 years, and he has made many products, commercialized them, and every one of those processes he has to go through that particular grind. And I also personally know Ushan. So that's how it is. I mean, we have entrepreneurs here who just came in. Danika came in, so he has a story to tell. I mean, even for me, I spent 20 years in the industry, and I know exactly firsthand how hard it is to do it. So everybody, for everyone, it's not easy. It's hard, but we have to make it as a single unit. If we put forward our efforts to a single point of focus and a goal, I mean, we can achieve anything. Other countries have done it. There's no reason for us to not to do it.
Sanjay, one from
Yeah.
my experience actually, like we are a very small startup, and as I said, education technology is challenging. Like recently, we have 3 founders, and 2 of them had to go for full-time jobs because earning through this platform is real challenging. Now they are getting salaries and funding back to company. I'm on full-time with the team right now. We don't want to give this up because pretty much sure the change will happen, so we had to hold on to that one. So should be there. I mean, like that's the thing, right? You need to go through.
It's easy to give up, but hard to continue.
Yeah.
But this is why I was saying that there needs to be better funding mechanisms. I mean, end of the day, other than just basic policies, we don't have enough sort of VC funds, venture capital funds. We have very few, and that is also because it's too risky. So, I mean, I know, for example, China and India, I mean, they have great startup cultures. They actually have state-backed VC funds, where it's not that the state is making the investment. It is simply that they will help a VC, they will give capital to a VC fund, which is a private entity, which is looking for the best products and trying to commercialize things. So the VC fund will look at things in a much more commercial angle, but the government is funding them. So it's a very good ecosystem to grow companies, because I know that, for example, yes, I took this long to develop this, but I still can't pay a salary for myself from my rep. I can't. It is because I work for a bigger company, and most of my time is actually spent doing product development and business development work for them, that I am able to continue this. I think funding needs to be talked about.
Yeah, so that's a separate discussion for another day. I mean, funding and all. So thank you so much for the panel for joining us. Okay,
Quickly,
30 seconds.
30 seconds. And courage, I think, just going back to courage, I think it's very important, and I think overall, over and over again, we've had to sort of go present to our management, say that this is what we see, and there's always those debates and all of that. And I think also from a government point of view, and from a public sector point of view, that courage, I think, going back to the comment that was raised, also is important to say that, while we can say that, it has to come from the higher ups, whether it's at a very, very high level or through the hierarchy of it, at the end of the day, if we are trying to make something happen, then we have to have the courage to go out and do that. And that applies to the public sector as much as it does to the private sector. And I'd like to also see that in that sense, and not only waiting for sort of the higher ups to make it happen.
Okay. So that's the end of the panel discussion. Thank you everyone for participating. I'll move on.
Okay, thank you. A big round of applause to all the distinguished panelists. What an inspiring start for today's session, right? So thank you once again, the moderator and the speakers. And now I cordially invite our Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Mudita Senrathayappa, and our Additional Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Sachi Panawala, to hand over the token of appreciations for our distinguished panelists. Ms. Ranmali. Audience, please give a big round of applause for them. Mr. Ushan. Last but not least, Mr. Dilwar. And for Sanjay, I think you have to wait for the next session. Okay, that brings us to the first end of this session, and I'm pleased to invite you all for a cup of tea. And please do connect. We have many different field people around here, and another exciting panel is waiting for you. So please have your tea, and I think we are running a little bit late with our schedule, so we'll have the tea, and if the time is not concerned, please come back with your tea and let's enjoy the tea along with the panel. So let's break. Welcome back to the session 2. In this session, we turn our spotlight to the digital world where code meets creativity and idea become impactful digital enterprises. Code to Commerce, turning digital ideas into impact, celebrates innovators who are redefining what's possible in Sri Lanka's tech and digital landscape. Our moderator once again is Mr. Sanjay Alvitigala, and I welcome you to the stage. It's my pleasure to introduce the panelists for this distinguished panel discussion. First of all, Ms. Roshara Tisarachi, I think I hope I pronounce your name correctly, bit difficult. Is an accomplished marketing and communication professional with over 10 years of experience leading strategic brand, PR, and internal communications initiatives. As the head of PR and corporate communication at Cisco Lab, she drives corporate storytelling in external relations and communication that strengthens Cisco's reputation as global technology leader. Since joining in 2018, shortly after Cisco acquisition, she has played a key role in elevating Cisco Labs brand, securing national recognition on LMD's most respected entities listed and multiple presidential export awards. I warmly welcome Mr. Roshara to this stage. Next, it's Danica Pereira. Danica is a leading Sri Lankan entrepreneur and innovator, serving as CEO of Basha and founder of Helakuru. I think we all know, right? Pay Here and HelaPay. A graduate of the University of Moratuwa and the University of Sri Chavadhanapura, he began his entrepreneurial journey in 2011 with Helakuru, now empowering over 10 million Sri Lankans to write in Sinhala digitally. He later launched Pay Here, Sri Lanka's first central bank approved payment aggregator. Danica has received numerous honors, including the M Billionaire Award, Iswabimani, NBQSA, and the Iron Soul Award by Government of Sri Lanka, recognizing his impact on digital empowerment. Welcome you, Danica. Next is Tarindu Vikramasekara. Tarindu Vikramasekara is the Vice President of Innovation at BoardPack with over 20 years of experience in the IT software industry across multiple local and multinational organizations. His career spans leadership roles in project management, delivering client services, and innovation. Passionate about leveraging technology to drive impactful changes, Tarindu has been instrumental in driving digital innovations that enhance efficiency and governance in enterprise environment. Welcome you, Tarindu. Sanjay, the floor is yours.
Second event today, and now we are talking about code to commerce. So it's a little bit different from the first event we had in the morning. Now we are talking more about technology rather than pure research. But again, it's still important how to take a technology company from a startup level to an adapted program towards thousands of users, maybe in Sri Lanka as well as outside Sri Lanka. So we have 3 experts representing various companies who have done that plenty. So let's gather some information or extract some knowledge from their collective experience. So I'll first move to Roshanara. Did I pronounce it correctly?
You can call me Rosh. That's
Okay, that's easy. Rosh. So hi Rosh. So firstly, you can self-introduce yourself a little bit about more than what she said. And then I would ask you the first question now. How does Cisco Labs nurture innovation internally? Do you integrate applied research or rely more on customer-driven experiences?
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you to the NIA for having me. It's an absolute honor to be here. And I'm really excited to share some of the Cisco Labs story of success because I believe we really truly are a case study of how a small company has broken barriers and taken Sri Lankan ingenuity to the world. So a little bit more about me. While being a comms professional, I also am a part of the SLASCOM General Council. So I work very closely with a lot of technologists and innovators such as yourselves. And while I might not be a techie myself, unfortunately, I'm so inspired and encouraged by all the work that everyone does. And I've took a bit of a break to go into hospitality and really realize that I missed the tech space because it's completely different, right? It's so energetic, it's so new, it's so innovative. So I came back, and I've been at Cisco Labs ever since. And yeah, that's a little bit about me. To answer your question, I think with Cisco Labs, if you've seen or you've heard of anything that we've done or we keep doing, innovation is very much part of our DNA in who we are. So we've done a lot of work to kind of build and sustain a culture that is focused on innovation, right? So our teams are encouraged very, very strongly to pursue a culture of innovation, but also an innovation-first mindset. And this is coming not just from our local team, but from Cisco's technology leadership. So we recently had Tom Peck, who is Cisco's CIDO, so Chief Information and Digital Officer, who was with us in Sri Lanka. And his number one goal for our colleagues here was, you need to pursue innovation. He said, don't be scared, don't be reluctant, take the risk, fail fast. I think that's something that the previous panel had addressed, right? As Sri Lankans, I think we tend to be a little risk averse, right? But I think it's about taking the challenge, trying things out, failing fast, getting up and recovering and going from there. So that's very much what we encourage colleagues at Cisco Labs to do. And we have a lot of programs that we do in-house to support this, right? We have a program that we call Project Summit, which is a 6-month intensive fast-track program for engineers who join us, right? So if you come to us straight from a university, you're put through this program, and you are given a fast-tracked approach to the food service industry as a whole, as well as very, very front-facing technologies like AI and machine learning, and how those two can work together and how you can use those tools to become a really powerful food service tech engineer. We also have connect sessions that we do with the team because we have 7 different business units, and they all use different technologies, different tech stacks, different ways of working. So we all kind of come together on a monthly basis to share learning, failure points, successes, and we kind of connect regularly to discuss what we've been doing. So those are some of the few of the projects that we do, the collaborative events that we do. Apart from that, we also do have a dedicated R&D team here. So they act as kind of the catalyst for innovation at Cisco Labs. So they will start doing POCs or early stage concepts of new products, new services, and they kind of roll it out. And they work all of this with an AI lens as well. So it is AI ready, and it is ready to transform food service. That's an interesting case study that's evolved from one of the R&D teams, which is called SAGE, Cisco's agentic ecosystem, right? Where they use agentic AI-driven tech to kind of connect. So if I give you context, Cisco is a massive company. It's the largest food service company in the world. It's a Fortune 500 company. And we've got more than 70,000 people working across the world. It's done $81 billion in revenue last year. And you can imagine how many systems that would need to put together, right? So we have more than something like 60,000 disparate systems. So what this agentic AI tool does is it goes into all of these different systems, it talks to the different systems, and it links them up, making it so much easier for teams to talk to each other, workflows to happen, and increasing efficiency and decreasing cost, right, which is what you need for every company. So that's just one case study of the work that we've done here in Sri Lanka. And yeah, thank you.
Follow-up question to that. You said something about not afraid to fail, right? So that is a culture inbuilt in organizations like yours, all of yours. But for them, when you're working for the government, if you fail, there are consequences. So in your organization, are there any consequences?
I mean, I think it's mostly the time that we would have to consider, because it's obviously billable hours and such things. And I think that is very common across everyone's organizations, right? Like we need to make ultimately you can be innovative, but you need to make the rupees and cents balance at the end of the day, right? So I mean, I would think, and I would say, try to be daring, but also have plan B, plan C, up to plan Z ready in case that, one thing doesn't work out and you've got, something else to fall back on.
Yeah. Okay. Not to put you on the bus, but we have to ask
No,
that.
of course.
Okay, I'll go to Danica now. So Danica he's been really busy last few weeks because of his new product launch. So we all seen it on social media. So I'll first ask about the original app, Helakuru. Helakuru began as a utility app, like a keyboard, singular keyboard. Now it's a national digital brand. How did you evolve from solving a technical problem to capturing a market opportunity?
Hi, Bohan. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for the question, Sanjay. So before coming into that question, just a little bit of a brief for those who do not know me or my history. So I'm actually an accidental entrepreneur, right? I was an engineer, accidentally converted to an entrepreneur, right? I didn't have any ambition to be an entrepreneur from my childhood. I just wanted to be a software engineer. That's why I did maths in A-levels and got into University of Moratuwa in my second try somehow, while being the head prefect of the school as well. And in University of Moratuwa, what happened? We had to do, projects, researchers and projects. So I had an individual project in the third year, and that is actually what made me an entrepreneur, because that project I did an innovation. Those days, mobile phone එකේ අපිට කොට්ටුනේ සිංහල පෙවුනේ back in the days 15 years back, right? So that was a major problem for me, because I was so passionate about Sinhala and Sinhala fonts, how they render on screen and all that, right? So that passion led me to find a solution for that. Also in that era, there was a nice blogging culture, Sachini Kahemadarno, right? Right. So for the bloggers also, that was a major problem. There's very few people who could read that at those days, because they needed a computer, right? So that was actually the problem that I identified. And I wanted to bring Sinhala reading capability first into mobiles. This is actually 15 years back, when Android was very new to Sri Lanka. So that my university project I did to give the Sinhala reading capability on mobile devices. And I got everything academically for that, but the accidental thing happened. I won a South Asian award for that innovation, right? And then actually, in industry leader telco, Etisalat, offered me a business opportunity to commercialize that project, and that's how actually I accidentally became an entrepreneur, starting my own company, registering my own company just as a third year undergraduate. And after that, we were profitable from the day one, because we had the right product, right, which actually solves a real world problem. And first customer, first product, first customer, both was fulfilled at the time I was in the university, so that I could actually bravely take the decision to not to go for a job after graduation, but to continue my own startup when my fourth year ends, and I became a graduate from University of Moratuwa. So that's actually the story. Just I took a little bit of time for those who don't know about my history, but only the present. So from that day onwards, whatever we did, always we did with the passion, right? With the passion, understanding our own people's problems and trying to give a solution for them. That's how actually then, after addressing Sinhala reading capability, I understood or identified the demand from the people themselves. Firstly, that bloggers, those were my first customers, first users, that after giving the reading capability, they needed the writing capability also. දැන් කියවන්න පුළුවන් දැන් අපිට බ්ලොග් එකක් කමෙන්ට් එකක් ලියන්නත් ඕන කියන එක, right? So that was how Helakuru, which everyone of you know now, actually that idea came to me, right? And then we did a solution for that. I did a solution for that, and then actually, because it solved a real world problem and a very basic need of our own people, it got viral without any marketing effort, right? So that is something that every startup and upcoming entrepreneur should learn. If you can actually find the valid problem and give a right solution for that, you don't need to much put any effort to commercialize it or take it to the market. People organically come to you, right? Those who have that need organically come to you, become your users. So with Helakuru, the download count went from 1 million to 2 million to 5 million to 10 million. So like when that user base grow, we saw it as a opportunity to familiarize or take more and more digital services which are useful for them in their day-to-day life, right? We saw Helakuru as a channel to bring more and more services to them. And that's how actually we evolved from a single-purpose keyboard app to a multi-purpose super app, right? And that's how actually we started introducing, SNA News Alert service, which mostly today everyone get informed for the, the first source of information has become that for many people. And then actually we moved to HelaPay, to take our people to the digital economy by encouraging digital payments. And then actually we moved to entertainment side. We introduced Hellaroo, film hall eකට ගිහිලා බලන්න බැරි වුණා නම් now you have the opportunity to watch every Sri Lankan new movies through Hellaroo. And right now, as Sanjay mentioned, we are moving into mobility sector as well, being a transport facilitator, again solving the problems in the mobility market at the moment. So that's how actually we came this journey along. Now actually I forgot the question.
No, you answered it anyway. You answered it.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay.
So basically that's what I was going after. But you say that you didn't do any marketing, but you are a born marketing genius because you spelled out your entire product line to the audience.
Sorry about that. I mean, I was so busy these days with the product launch, so that I even couldn't go through the question sets that you shared.
Nothing you couldn't answer.
Okay.
So just a follow-up. So you did the keyboard. Were there any other keyboards at the time who was trying to do the same, or you are the first into the market?
At that time, we were the first, right? There was no keyboard Sinhala or even Tamil. That's what actually we got the opportunity to have a South Asian award. Now, as soon as I did it for Sinhala, I have a little bit knowledge about Tamil. Can't understand yet, but I know the alphabet. I can read and write Tamil. So with that little knowledge, I extended that browser, that reading capability to Tamil languages as well. Because of that, it was popular in India as well. And that became a reason for me to win a South Asian award. But the learning from that is actually an innovation will not last forever as an innovation, right? මුලදී එක innovation එකක් තමයි, but then actually you get competition, right? About 5 years after we innovated Helakuru, Gboard actually, Google's Gboard introduced Sinhala language. Samsung keyboard introduced Sinhala, Swift key introduced Sinhala language. But by then, within that first 5 years, we had actually made Helakuru beyond a product, but we had made it a brand, right? Right now, actually, it has become a household brand. Sinhala kiwara toothpaste kiwagama signal matak wenawa wage, right? Sinhala kiwa gamang people, our people get remember, right? It actually recalls the brand Helakuru. So we could smart enough to build a brand out of that product, so that we could actually take that brand with our all other solutions. Right now, that's why we use that asset, the brand, for every of our products, Hela Pay, Hela Go, Hela Ru. But that's what actually we are leveraging.
Great. My next question was going to be for you was that how do you keep your sustainable competitive advantage going on, which you answered just now. So I'm going to move to Taridu. Taridu from BoardPack. So you can give a self-introduction about the company and yourself, and I'll ask the first question. BoardPack grew from a local idea into a global enterprise software. How did you convert a local proof of concept into an international grade product?
Thank you, Sanjay. So first of all, thanks for NIA for the invitation. It's a privilege to be here. About myself, I think an intro was given, and this photo is few years old. So I'm not looking this young. I've been with BoardPack for more than 12, 13 years now. So, and also a lot of people in Colombo know me as a runner, long distance runner. So that's something in addition to work that I wanted to mention. But then, so in the IT industry, I've been working with various companies for almost 25 years. I can see some of my ex-colleagues also in the forum. And about BoardPack, so it's not about me today, it's about BoardPack. How we first, I think a lot of people in Sri Lanka probably might not know BoardPack because this is used by a certain set of people, not by the public as such. So BoardPack is a board meeting automation solution, which is for governance, basically. So currently over 1,000 different companies around the world use BoardPack, as well as over 50,000 different users. So our users are particularly senior management or board members of large to medium-sized organizations. So that's what we do. That's what we specialize in. We provide paperless board meeting solutions. So to answer your question, it's a bit of a story, So how we first started BoardPack was in 2011. So before that, we were doing different services or whatever that came our way. We were doing services project. We were our sister company is Iron One Technologies, which is well known for their services and different product lines. But then a requirement came from a local bank, NTB, basically, because they had this challenge to traditionally board meetings, you need to carry a large stack of papers. So we have seen people take papers in trolleys because you need to take your past meetings for reference. So it was a challenge. So then when they came to us back then, we were not really aware of such a challenge. Then we took it very positively. We did a proof of concept and came up with the first version of BoardPack, which was on an iPad. So that was a different experience. So now all your the bunch of papers are on an iPad, and which was liked by the members of that bank. Then a couple of months later, BOC wanted it, so they were our second customer. So likewise, it grew popular here locally, and everybody at the board levels, everybody was talking about BoardPack. And also, then around the same time, the word spread. So we managed to, we were invited to partner with one of the Malaysian companies. So we went to Malaysia in 2012 and started with basically the first customers in Malaysia were like the big players like Bursa Malaysia, which is the stock exchange of Malaysia, Maybank, which is the largest bank of Malaysia. They wanted BoardPack. So from a local to going to an international level because the corporate governance concept is quite similar, I would say. The concepts are similar. Of course, 20% change is there when you go to a different country. But we built it at the first level in such a way where we focus heavily on security. Security, which was key. Because all these papers, all the material are highly confidential. So we worked on military-grade encryption and the infrastructure to support that level of security. Also, we looked into the user-friendliness because as we understand, most of the board members, most of our users, I would say, are 60 plus, maybe 50 plus, or 50, 60 plus, and some are 80 plus. So we had to cater to that sort of audience. So we, even now, we continue BoardPack as a very easy to use solution. So that's how we went from how we started being a local company going into international markets. Then after that, soon, a couple of years later, India came in. So I think a lot of people in Sri Lanka believe it's difficult to enter India, but I'm glad Helakuru had done it. So we started our journey in India around 2017. So we currently have more than 300 companies in India using us, including their largest bank, including their central bank. So they've chosen us over those because, again, the same principles, same concepts of the corporate governance applies, and we have worked on very stringent measurements on security, making sure our platforms are, I would say, certified and ready for these countries. So now we are in over 40 different countries and continuously expanding into different regions. We have offices in different countries. One other thing I want to mention is, so when we started to expand to other countries, we opened offices in overseas countries, which we have few offices. We have always hired the locals in those countries. So that helped us to get into that culture, rather than, of course, people from Sri Lanka visit there, but then we use those local officers to integrate into their systems, and we learn a lot from them as well. So all those things, like the security aspects, how our engineering practices have been, as well as the local presence and partnerships have helped us to go into this level.
Great. So you partly answered my second question, but anyways, I will ask a follow-up. So, so trust and compliance. So you said that security is key, and you applied military-grade secure encryption. So at any points of these, did you require any original research to be done, or you used what the market already had?
Yeah, so at the initial stage, there was a lot of research and development. Even now, we do have a lot of research and development, I would say. But when it comes to security and encryption, we were fortunate to have some of the top-notch people working with us back then, at the initial stage also, who came up with the architecture and the security. So, but then, of course, we didn't rely just on our own technology. We went into security certifications for compliance. Those were must, because these large corporates won't just take our word. So we went with large auditing. The audit. We get VAPT tests done. That means VAPT means vulnerability and penetration testing. So we do those regularly now. So we are being audited by, again, third parties overseas. And we got our ISO 27001 certification back in 2014 or 15. So back since then, we maintained that. Now we got ISO 9001, then ISO 27701 on data protection and privacy. So we have worked a lot on these compliances also, because those are musts, because we go through RFPs. I can see our international sales director, Ashok, is there. The sales team, they go through a lot of RFPs, tenders, because even in Sri Lanka and even in India, our customers are even government agencies, which go through a very strict process. So the compliance, so we did not just rely on ourselves. So we went to third parties and also our research to come up with, to be compatible.
Great. Thank you, Dharandu, for that wonderful answer. Okay.
Thank you.
Back to Rosh. So the second question for you is, okay, I'm going to change the question for you. Have you read the questions?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to change it. Because the second question should be asked at the end of the discussion. The third one I'm going to ask you. What is the process of Cisco Labs mastered to get new clients to its products and services?
Okay, so I think this is something that a lot of people don't really know about Cisco Labs, right? So at Cisco Labs, our owner is our customer. So we only exclusively work with Cisco. So again, Cisco is the world's largest food service company, and we do all their tech, basically. So that is the understanding, right? So I think actually it boils down to innovation. And that's how we've been able to, the strategy is called win more work from Cisco, right? Because Cisco is such a large company, in the past, they have had third-party companies like the big guys like Infosys in India, for example, right? Creating some of their tech. But our goal as a GIC or a global innovation center is to have all this third-party work brought back to us. So that saves a tremendous...
What does that term means, Global Innovation Center?
So we are the innovation arm for Cisco. So at the moment, they have a couple of those centers. So we are the main ones. We have over 1,000 colleagues in Sri Lanka.
Let me reframe the question. So I know you guys as before 2017 as Cake Labs.
Correct.
Right? So then Cisco
acquired
you.
Yes.
So what made it acquire you instead of some company in another country like India?
Okay, so I think at the time, so I think it's a very similar kind of story to BoardPack, because that really resonated with me, right? Because same story, because Cisco saw the potential that Sri Lankan talent could create, right? At the time, we had worked through being a consulting company, we were working with different companies around the world. We had then kindly dipped our toes slightly into product. And we had what we like to call the Cortez moment, where things kind of clicked, and we created the Cake POS. The Cake POS at the time was far ahead of its time, and it really caught the interest of Cisco. Because Cisco being food service, they wanted a system where they could directly connect with their customers, right? So the food service journey is a really long one. It starts in the farm. And Cisco has systems for vendor management, they have warehouse management systems, and they have worker management systems, they have delivery systems, because they have a fleet of 14,000 trucks in the US, right? And all of these things lead to them delivering food to their customers. And their customers are not just they have prisons as customers, they have the Super Bowl and the Olympics as customers, right? But they also have these mom and pop shops or little restaurants that they have as customers as well. So they wanted to drive more value with these smaller customers, and they needed the POS to do that, because the POS was inbuilt with insights. So you could map orders, you could map order tracking, you could map people's preferences and patterns and how they were consuming. So that was giving a lot of value to their customers. And that is the initial interest that attracted Cisco to a company like ours.
Okay, a good point that we came. This is exactly where I want to be. So your initial tool was so good that an international company took notice and decided to acquire. So in order to build such a tool, how did you analyze the market need?
Okay, so I think there was a lot. I was not there at the time, but I have been told the stories. And it was a lot of hard work. It was a lot of immersion into the area that we wanted to get into. Because food service in the US and how food service is done in Sri Lanka are vastly different, right? And there wasn't much of an understanding of food service at the time either. So there was a lot of research that had to be done. There was quite a bit of investment to actually fly people out to the States, give them that real world exposure, and have them go into the warehouses, go and visit Cisco, go and visit the restaurants. We used to have what we would call menu teams, right? And customer acquisition teams. So we would actually travel to the restaurant, spend time with the restaurant, learn their systems, learn their patterns, learn their consumption, how they would in-source ingredients, how they would prepare it, and then try to build very intuitively based on that very actual need. So I think, see, sometimes as entrepreneurs or businesses, we're a little bit again afraid to invest or afraid to spend on certain things, but I think that investment at that time paid off thousands of times in that, right? So, because that is what gave the system the intelligence, the intuitiveness to be what it was and to be the need at the time.
So to give a little bit of background of the audience, these are researchers and government agencies that supports in research. So since we are now into customer research and need analysis, so you said that you had teams going in and visiting the customer and doing all that. So you need to pay them salaries, there are a lot of overheads. So how did you find that initial capital to do all that before coming up with the product?
So there was, so one of our co-founders at the time, Mr. Mani Kulasurya, right? So he was also a serial investor. So there was some backing that was coming in financially from him as well. But it was also not that we contracted external people also. So we actually used our teams, our software guys to actually go in and visit them. So we didn't really have any external researchers doing it, but it was an internal team thing, and how they did it.
Okay, so you had angels investing in you at the very beginning.
I mean, an angel, if at all, yes.
Okay, right. So that's what I wanted to get out, because that particular journey at the very beginning is what fuels the later innovation. Yeah. Okay, now let's get back to Danica. So, all right, now let's talk about another exciting venture of his, Helago, which recently launched in parts of Colombo. So I'm going to ask you a question. So Helago aims to achieve product market fit. So what we call PMF. So you might be able to educate the audience on what PMF is and explain to us how market research helped you to achieve PMF. If you did any research at all on this.
Normally, now in my case may be different for many other cases. In my case, mostly it's not actually the market research, but actually the empathy plays a major role in identifying people's problems, market gaps, and what we have a role to solve for them, right? So from my very first innovation from Helakuru to today, every new idea triggered me by doing such, right? By doing that. So since you specifically asked about Helago, now this idea actually came to me, I'm sharing this for first time, on May 1st this year, right? When I watched the news, there was a protest organized by the tuk drivers in Colombo, and it was telecasted on News First, right? They were right? They were going something like that and having a meeting and actually putting their demands from the existing players in this ride-hailing industry. So that was actually that moment that triggered me, okay, there is some gaps that we can fill if we give the right solution, right? And from that point onward, actually that idea, resonated in my mind, right? How can we solve this? How can we solve their problems, right? So from that point onwards, I actually, was always collecting the feedback, collecting their journey from the tuk drivers and taxi drivers on what are actually their gaps, so what are the problems that they have. And we wanted to build a product, not actually just to become another taxi app, but actually to be a solution for those who have problems. So when we do, then actually our idea to product flow is always, when I come up with an idea, I brainstorm with my immediate team, management team, and then actually, we get their ideas also into that, and we brainstorm it and validate it, we improve it, we fine-tune it, And when we share it with many people and get their ideas also, we could actually identify many gaps, not only from the driver's side, but also from the passenger side. And then I came up with the idea to solve them by changing the model of ride hailing, right? So that's what actually I'm continuously making awareness these days through social media. Now we are bringing a new model to ride hailing, which is not closed and fixed. All the existing ones are closed and fixed, right? The price, the price control and the entire control is from one party, and those two parties in the two sides of the equation has no control over it, and they have to be just accepted, right? Now, මේ industry එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම මේකෙදි ඇත්තටම service එක සැපෙන්නේ මිනිස්සෙක්ගෙන් තවත් මිනිස්සෙට in terms of transport industry, right? But if we are just the technical facilitator, technology facilitator, connecting those two parties and allow them to, get their lives easier. But if we become a controller, right, that's where the root cause of all these problems in the market right now. So we are actually bringing a new model which is open and fair, right? We don't actually control anything. We actually let those two people, to negotiate, to have self-consent, right, mutual consent, and do that deal, right? That is actually the new model that we are introducing to the mobility market. This is actually totally new to Sri Lanka and to many other parts of the world. There's just one solution who's doing the other way around in some other country, but from drivers' end, we are giving this control is actually for the first time. So it's an experiment, right? We have to see after implementing it whether it will work for Sri Lanka or not. But this is very rooted into our local taste, right? අපේ මිනිස්සු කලින් ඉඳන් හුරු වෙලා හිටපු විදිහම තමයි අපි මෙතනට ටෙක්නොලොජි ගෙනල්ලා we actually digitalize the same local Sri Lankan way of hailing a ride, hailing a taxi, right? So that's what we are going to do now. We are right now at the pilot stage, doing the pilot runs in few areas in Colombo. But from December 1st onwards, we will be rolling out for the entire Western province because the feedback was so good in the pilot run, more than expected, so that we are confident enough now to, roll it out for the entire Western province. Only thing is now, as entrepreneurs, always there is a risk, right? There is a risk because if you do the same thing that the others are also doing, you don't have actually any differentiation, right? You don't have any why for your audience, maybe for drivers, maybe for customers, why you should choose this over that, right? So, hariyanna hari varadinna hari, we always have to try new things. That is where innovation becomes, right? That is where innovation born, right? So we are doing it, we are trying it. If it works, it will be actual an innovation. I can't say it, but we have to take it into the market and see how it works.
You mentioned the word empathy.
Of course.
Okay, so in normally what happens is in the world, especially economics, entrepreneurship, marketing, somebody goes in and do something, other people analyzes it and give it names and topics and maybe words, especially technical terms. So there's a framework called design thinking. So maybe you could, since this is a audience that we are here to educate about from our experience, shall we talk a little bit about design thinking as well here?
Yeah. In terms of design thinking, the word is not much, I always like to go for the core concepts, right? Maybe the core concept of design thinking is again empathy, right? If I just little bit brief about empathy, how I use this. Now, I always say that my two core values, which has been helpful for me to be what I am today, is actually first integrity. Integrity is always for self, right? We have to be truthful, we have to be, අපි අවංක වෙන්න ඕන හැමතිස්සෙම, right? To do the right thing at all the times. හරි. මොන තත්ත්වයන් යටතේ වුණත් හරි දේ කරන්න. That is actually the first value, and the second value is empathy. Empathy for others, right? Seeing the world in others' eyes, right? අපි එයා වුණා නම් මේ වෙලාවේ අපිට මොකද්ද තියෙන අවශ්‍යතාවය? අපි එයා වුණා නම් මේ වෙලාවේ මොකද්ද මම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන විසඳුම, right? If we can do that, we get so many ideas, right? We get so many ideas, we see so many problems, right? So entrepreneurship is all about, the back in the days, entrepreneurs were just called, නිකන් අර කඩයක් කරන කෙනෙක්ව පවා අපේ මාධ්‍ය වලින් විශේෂයෙන් මේ වැරද්ද කරේ. Media used to call an entrepreneur just a person who's running a shop, right? But right now the definition of entrepreneurship has been changed, right? Right now entrepreneurship means identifying problems, market gaps, and coming up with innovative ideas to solve them and create sustainable value and make profits, right? සමාජයේ තියෙන ප්‍රශ්න ගැටලු අඳුනගෙන ඒවට නිර්මාණාත්මක අදහස් තුලින් විසඳුම් සපයමින් භාණ්ඩ හෝ සේවා හරහා විසඳුම් සපයමින් තිරසාර අගයන්තනීම හා ලාභ ඉපීම තමයි right now what we call as entrepreneurship, right? එතකොට this identifying problems plays a major role in entrepreneurship to get ideas, to come up with ideas, right? So if we use our empathy, අපේ මිනිස්සුන්ට ගොඩක් ටිකක් නැතිම අඩුම දෙයක්, right? Seeing the world from other sides, අනිත් කෙනාගේ පැත්තෙන් හිතන එක, right? If we can use that trait of humans, the human value of empathy, that is actually the core concept of, I think, design thinking.
Yes, actually, it is truly correct. And as I said, so once somebody goes and do it, all the others analyze it and give it names. So that is where the true innovation happens. You have to do it by yourself, then only the need arises, and then only through necessity, a certain new concept emerge. Okay.
Sorry, can I just add something
please.
quickly? Because you put me quite on the spot then. I couldn't collect my thoughts in time. But when Danika was talking about empathy, I think the empathy's best friend is also authenticity, right? Being real. And you asked me the question of, okay, how can these researchers actually maybe follow our example? And I think one thing that a model that they can follow is even when you go out and you're doing your research and you're talking to people, try to level with them. Try to put yourself in their shoes. Be empathetic to their situations, to what they're going through. That's when you're going to really get insight into where they're coming from. And I think that is going to add a layer of value to your research and your work. That is going to put us as a country, I think, ahead, because that is authenticity and empathy, I think, are deeply ingrained in us as Sri Lankans. And I think that's a definite value add that we can do versus any other country out there. So I think that's just something that I wanted to add.
Completely agree with you, and that's the same reason now you may, if you are following up in social media, we have been doing these driver meetups, Helago driver meetups throughout these past months. දැන් ඇත්තටම driver meetup එකකදී අපිට register වෙන්නේ in terms of registration, driver registrations about 400-500 drivers, but all online මේ වෙනකොට register වෙලා තියෙනවා more than 50,000. But still, why we are going to that ground level and ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක මුහු වෙන්නේ to be more empathetic about their mindsets, their practicalities, their day-to-day behaviors. When we do that, our solution that we are going to give will be more fine-tuned to address the right problem, right?
Okay, there was a young fellow there, I think it's you, asked me a question about his own startup today, and I asked him to test it out in events like this. So that is basically going to the grassroots and finding it out for yourself. So try it out and it will be a success. So Tharindu, I'm going to change the second question for you a little bit because you kind of answered it in the first question as well. So my question is, you said that in order to build an innovation culture, you need to accept failure, right? So how do you accept failure in your organization, and what kind of cultural traits or cultural phenomena have you inculcated in the company to facilitate that?
Right. Failure can be a good thing and a bad thing as well. But then, always, I would say in our company culture, we have worked on, I would say, couple of principles. It's okay to fail at a genuine attempt. But failing over and over again as a business is not sustainable. So we had to have a balance over, because end of the day, we are not a research institute. So we are a business. So there can be, we always encourage genuine attempts, innovation, which are controlled innovations, I would say. It's not a place to invent. There's a difference between invention and innovation. So because, but we are not afraid to try out things. Some of the technologies, some of the things which we have introduced probably are not really liked by some of the users or used by some of the users, but they still feel quite innovative. We have 2 patents in the US. So those are really state-of-the-art technologies which are integrated to board pack. But probably those are not our mostly used features, I would say. So we have to have a balance, right balance in that. So our culture, I would say we have 4 different, we call it dice. One is daring. We always encourage people to be daring on business. So when we go into a country, the move I said going into India is a daring thing. Because a lot of people will say, oh, they have hundreds of thousands of software companies. Why would they buy a Sri Lankan product? But that's a daring move, which worked out fine. But then, it could have failed. It could have failed. But then like that, so especially on the business side, there are a lot of daring moves. Some work, some don't work. But then we can't afford to keep failing. So that's where the line is. Then daring, then integrity. We highly involve ourselves as, because we deal with very confidential material for our customers. So we had to have a certain very high level of integrity, which we expect from all our staff as well. Then collaboration. We often collaborate between different departments of our organization as well, and also excellence. What we do, we want to be. Our vision is to be world's #1. I would say currently we consider ourselves as Asia's #1 product for this corporate governance or board meeting automation sphere. But then we want to be world's #1, and that's a challenge. That's a daring. I mean, you need to be daring to take that challenge. Our leadership has taken this challenge. Some of you might know. So, we always encourage our people also, even at the root level, to take up these challenges and try to do things. But technologically coming, so those are the business side of it, but technologically coming, I would say, as a product, as a software product, we cannot fail, because that will be a problem. Because we are catering large organizations in the world. If our product fails, that's sort of end of it. So we cannot afford to fail at a software engineering level. Of course, genuine mistakes can be there with people, so we try to strive for a product excellence in that side, while business side, in business decisions or expansions, we are daring. So that's how we handle it.
So define genuine attempt in a very short manner.
So a genuine attempt is, I would say, let's say if you look at the product, software product, so these are used by certain set of people. So genuine attempt would be, I would say, trying to do something the users will use. We try best to do that, right? So earlier I mentioned the patterns, but then we genuinely think that will be useful for people. So if none of our users are going to make use of something, then there's no point doing that just for the hype, just for the trend, right? So we make sure it is, so again, coming back to empathy they were talking about. Say, we always look from our users' eyes to see, okay, this board member or a CEO of a company looking at a product, will they, like this feature, will they want it? So we try to look in that way. So we try to make, so our genuine attempts are actually trying to see how best we can give a solution to a problem of a customer rather than making it worse for them. So, so that's what I call a genuine attempt.
Thank you, Tharindo. So let's move to Rosh. So this is the question I was going to ask earlier. Now it's the good time to ask it. So what skills or mindsets do you wish more university graduates or research teams had before joining commercial product engineering? If somebody wants to join Cisco Labs, what skills or mindset do you wish them to have?
Okay. I think the first thing is come in with an attitude ready to learn, right? Be open to feedback, be humble enough to want to learn, want to grow, so that you are an open book when you come into an organization, right? That said, that does not mean you need to sell yourself any less. If you have ideas, please share them. I think as Sri Lankans, we have a culture of being very quiet, right? I think this is something our global leadership also always points to us when they come and they ask us a question. Nobody has any questions. I think ask the questions, right?
I'll ask a question for them.
Go for it.
So since these are related to research, so some of them might have a new idea in product servicing. Food servicing.
Okay.
Right, some new idea.
Yep.
They have it right now with them.
Yes.
So what to do with that?
Come and speak to me after the session. Let's see what we can do to make you part of the team, possibly.
If you were to make them part of the team, what would you expect of them?
Relentless pursuit of excellence. I think that's number one. I think at Cisco Labs, all of our people...
So by making it part of the team, they don't have to quit their job, right?
We can talk about it,
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, we do have certain, security and compliance things that we need to be aware of. So possibly they may need to quit that job. So I don't know. But going back to the question about, university students, I think that's what we see, right? Like, let's change that. Let's be, the generations that change how people view Sri Lankan people, right? Like, we're not order takers. We are solution givers. And I think that's what these two gentlemen have and their companies have proven to be doing. And the same for Cake Labs and Cisco Labs, So let's be proud of that. If you have questions, ask them. Don't be afraid to express your opinion. If you have an idea, share it. Over the past few weeks, I've been interviewing some interns, right, to join our team. And I think the first thing that I told them was, when you join my team, you're not going to be getting us coffee, making us tea. We're going to be throwing you deep into work. And for me, where you add value is by asking questions and giving opinions. I know Gen Zs are generally not too bad at doing that, but keep doing that. That's okay. Be curious. Be willing to learn. You might think when you're part, especially of a larger research team or even a software team, that the seniors are, strict. Like stressed. Don't think that, right? Maybe not at like a code red level where like everyone is freaking out, but give him that time to calm down and go and ask him, okay, listen, why did this happen? How can we prevent this from happening again? Ask your learning questions, right? And there is always, I've seen this in the industry, and that's something that I love about tech, right? Everyone is willing to help. Everyone is willing to help. They will take time out of their day to sit down with you and talk you through something. So I think in summary, be curious, ask questions, and share your ideas. I think that'll make a huge difference.
Thank you, Rosh. Okay, going back to Danica, the final question. I'm going to change to the third question anyways now. Okay, so you said that you first got the idea of Helago last May, so within 5 months you are gone from concept to deployment. So you must have a pre-set up environment or a team or technology infrastructure in order to facilitate that. So for you guys in the audience, you are the technology and the regulatory and all that infrastructure that is helping the Sri Lankan researchers to develop a research and go into commercialization. He already has that in place in his own company. Let's walk us through that particular journey of how you managed to get it from concept to production in 5 months.
Okay, not 5 months, but 6, I think. November 1st we started.
Potato.
Yeah. So always we, now as a company, we positioned ourselves as a product company. Now, for most of the Sri Lankan startups, it's very difficult to be a product company in the very first stages, because when we focus on a product, build a product takes a lot of time to give some return. So that back in the days we were a hybrid company building our own products as well as actually investing on our own products, right? And later 2018 we took the decision we will not do any software projects anymore, but be solely a product company. So that right now we have a product-oriented team. From entire software engineering life cycle, we have the team, and also our value chain not just stops from engineering, but we have our own marketing team as well as customer service team. So having all these aspects of a software product business was really helpful for us to take an idea into a product in a very short period of time. So if I share the experience of Helago, I got the idea on May 1st, and then actually I myself actually improved it. And also I have to mention that not like our previous products, this idea was specially energized with the power of AI. Because actually I can someday introduce AI as the co-founder of Helago, because it helped us helped me a lot to improve that idea by getting the feedback and seeing it or validating it various aspects, right? Back in the days, අපිට මොකද්ද idea එකක් ආව නම් we share it with our close friends and relatives and get only their feedback, their opinions. එතකොට පොඩ්ඩයි ඒක ඇත්තටම fine tune වෙන්නේ. But right now with the ABI, ChatGPT, right, specifically, we have entrepreneurs or innovators have got a huge chance to fine tune their ideas in a massive way, right? So in terms of Helago, මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා share කරගත්ත idea එක, it's actually not just a technology innovation, it's a technology plus economic innovation. අපි මෙතන create කරන්න හදන්නේ open market economy එකක් ride hailing වලට, right, where the price is decided by the market dynamics in real time. For every hire, it actually do economic magic, right? So for that kind of idea, if I had to share it with our close friends and relatives and get the feedback, ඒ තරම් idea එක තේරුම් ගන්න ටිකක් අමාරුයි, right? Because it actually involves technology as well as economic concepts, right? So that was one particular thing which helped us to execute this product into the market very fast. And then actually we brainstormed it with our team as well. And then when we started the development, implementation, we already have our dedicated team from front end, back end, QA, all. And also we used our existing technology infrastructure, right? For an example, for Helago, we are not actually introducing a separate app for the passenger experience, but we are using our Helakuru user base. We have 4.4 million existing users, Sri Lankan users for Helakuru. So we are actually enabling that inside Helakuru, and we are using our ready-made technology infrastructure. අපි මේ වෙනකොට හදාගෙන තියෙන capability එකක්, we can actually enable a new service on Helakuru overnight, right? It actually goes as a without even an app update, we can enable a new service, right? Technically, it's actually goes as a progressive web application, PWA, and we can actually develop it as a PWA and launch it within, overnight for our entire audience. So that is actually the technology stack we built over the years, which we are leveraging for HelaGo, and we had to actually build from the scratch only the driver experience, right? For drivers, there had to be a separate app. So that's what actually we took time and effort to build it over the 3-4 months. And also setting deadlines is again critical, right? So I had always in my mind that our launch date is November 1st, but I give the deadline for my development team as October 1st, right? So they were actually having a full, heavy work to launch it by October 1st. But with my knowledge, with my experience over the 14 years running a software company, I know never they actually do it for the deadline. So they actually tried it, but actually we had 1 month buffer time to have our actual launch date. So by November 1st, we could actually complete the development, and we ran, in that buffer month, we ran 2 test runs by bringing about 30 actual taxi drivers into our office, installing them the actual drive app, which they have developed already. And we do 2 test runs, and with their feedback, with actual running and feedback, we again improved in that buffer for 1 month and actually made it ready for November 1st launch. So for that, I think the teamwork matters a lot, right? Now, a software product is always a teamwork. There's nothing that we can actually do, one team alone can do, right? So it actually has to have the collaboration from back-end teams to front-end teams to QA teams to marketing teams in terms of branding and UI UX designs and all that. So it's an entire teamwork, right? So luckily, we have actually our own culture, company culture, corporate culture. We created with the spirit of Sri Lankan culture, so that we have this actually very kind of a bond between our team that is actually beyond that team spirit. It's like a brotherhood, right? So that teamwork helped us a lot to achieve that deadline, take that idea into the market within 5 plus 1 buffer month, 6 months.
Thank you, Danika, for sharing that experience. Final question for Tarindu. So since he talked about AI, let's finish up with an AI question. So how can AI help in R&D and business development?
Well, R&D, yes. So when it comes to the development side of it, AI can help to improve the efficiency, I would say. We already use certain tools to improve the efficiency of our R&D. But doesn't mean we totally rely on AI. We still have our teams, they still do the coding, and they still do their own research. So as a supportive tool, we use AI. And even our application, if you look BoardPack, so we have few AI features which are already there for board members to save their time, like for example, summarize their papers. We have, those are done by AI, and to take minutes and generate their minutes. And we have AI chat. We have AI assistant, so those things are built in. So again, when it comes to our product business analysis side of it, we use AI to generate certain ideas or processes, as well as in quality assurance, we use AI. But again, having said all that, we don't totally depend on AI. So even when it comes to business development, like say, I'd say how we work currently. So business development and relationship with customers is mostly working very closely with our customers and our sales teams personally. That's how we identify, what is needed. So we have, say, weekly meetings with our sales teams. We have a large sales team basically, and headed by people in the Colombo office. So we work with them a lot to identify what is needed. So this is not AI, but this is done, I'm slightly deviating from your question because it's not totally AI. So when it comes to, because our customers are Fortune companies, Fortune 500 companies, 2,000 companies, so what they want is, as I say, when you enter a new market, we need to do a certain development, certain research and development, but we have 80% things on the place, so we do 20% stuff, but then we try to be quite standardized. Just because a trend comes, we won't just take it unless those three things. Technically should be feasible, and it should add value to business, as well as it should add value to users. So we follow those three concepts. So in business development, when it comes to, I would say, our marketing, sales, of course, they use certain AI tools. But again, our type of business is more of relationships which are personally done. Say, introductions which are done personally for business development is not purely, cannot be purely done on AI, because the level of people who use the solutions need this physical. So even for meetings, I know a lot of people use online meetings. We too do, but then believe me, some of the meetings, people would travel from Sri Lanka to personally be present, because that relationship, that human touch is important than an online meeting. So we have to have a balance between new trends, new technologies versus the traditional ways, those relationships. So that's my view. Having said that, technology, we have been the first board meeting automation solution to give a AI chat for board members. That's a couple of years back we did that. So we have commercialized some of those modules. So we have taken up, embraced that. We don't see it as a challenge, so nobody is worried or whether AI will take our jobs. There's no such thing actually, because that will help them to just improve their efficiency. But we want to strike a balance.
All right. Thank you so much for that. So all the questions have been asked. Now I give the audience the chance to ask questions. If you have any, we have time for about 2 questions. So anybody would raise their hand? Okay, that was first, yeah. On the back, can we get a mic there? To the back. First him, then you.
So hi, my name is Danidu. I'm from ICTA. Now, I've been noticed that this concern was raised. Now, for example, startups are not getting grants and they are not getting connected to the relevant resources. So, as ICTA, we understood the requirement. This has been a gap in the industry for a long time now. What we are trying to do is we are trying to connect the dots in the industry, and mainly startups, connecting startups with the SMEs and the resources, the talent pools, everything. So if you are in the startup ecosystem, could be industry, anything. So I like to invite you all to get connected with ICTA. And Startup SL is the team leading this initiative. So we are trying to connect all the stakeholders, all the entities in this startup ecosystem landscape. And then let's say I am a young student who want to start a business in Sri Lanka, startup. And then where should I go? They don't have the exact idea where to go and where to implement, where to get the funds, where to get the mentors, network, so market access, how to scale. So we are trying to connect those entities, and we are trying to make a network of the entities and the resources and the opportunities. So I would like to invite you all, if you are interested in joining this initiative, please get connected to ICTA or me, Startup SL team, so that we can support the startups and the entire industry as a country. So that is a suggestion I would like to add.
Do you have a question for the audience panel?
Not a question, it's like a suggestion to add.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Okay, then yeah, so if you want to add something, you can go ahead and add.
Yeah, just to give a little feedback, it's a great initiative, but mostly what we have seen over the past years, those who mostly trying to connect these people. Whatever they do is all the time, getting registration and make them available just in a website. So I suggest you and I request you to go beyond that and try to do some practical thing to connect these people rather than actually do some, just a listing in a website. Okay?
I think just to add on to that, I think if anybody is looking, I mean, Sluscom is also doing quite a few programs in the innovation and entrepreneurship space. We've just launched our accelerator program. There's also an opportunity, and I would encourage, if any of the researchers in the room, y'all have an idea, right? We're sending 26 people to IIT in Pravartak in India. In early Jan to Feb next year, right? And you would be exposed to robotics, AI, a lot of tech, if you do get into those programs. So just try and look at those resources, possibly for research and development. I think also it's important. So just wanted to make a suggestion there as well.
Great. You can ask your question.
I am Lakshan from Open University of Sri Lanka. And my question is as what he asked. Many of students, us, we have more ideas, but we don't know where to pitch our idea, and how to get funds. That is the knowledge gap between the students and the industry. And how we will going to fill up this knowledge gap? What is the steps we can take to fill up this knowledge lab is my first question. And also I would ask Mr. Daniru. So right now I have a simple startup idea. So shall we have a one-to-one conversation after this about that?
Pretty good, pretty good.
For me? Or Tarun?
For you.
Okay. Of course we can have. And your first question, you have ideas, but what to do next? Everyone has this question, right? Everyone has this question. So always my answer is, just start from somewhere, right? An idea itself has zero value. අදහසකට විතරක් කිසිම වටිනාකමක් නැහැ, right? An idea gets value only if you execute it, right? ඔය වෙනුවෙන් ක්‍රියාත්මක වුණොත් විතරමයි ඒකට වටිනාකමක් එකතු වෙන්නේ, right? So you have to start from somewhere. Do not wait for this time and that time funding හරි වෙලා වෙනකන් අරකයි මේකයි කිය බලබල ඉන්න බෑ. කොහෙන් හරි පටන් ගන්න. අර Nike වල tagline එක තියෙනනේ. Just do it, right? When you start doing it, the others will come, right? පළවෙනි අඩිය තිබ්බොත් ඊළඟ අඩිය තියන්න ඕන තැන ඔයාලට පේන්න පටන් ගන්නවා. Definitely, right? That will happen, right? Because you have to believe yourself first. ඔයාවත් ඔයාව විශ්වාස කරලා පළවෙනි අඩිය තිබ්බේ නැත්නම් there's no one else that who believes you and fund you, right? So you have to first believe in yourself and start from somewhere. Capital, always there's no capital for every idea to execute, right? If I share my journey, up to date, we are a bootstrap. We haven't taken any external investment, even a bank loan, right? My university project was what we could commercialize, so that we reinvested the earning from that, income from that, to other products and services, and that's how we actually grew as a bootstrap, right? So just do it something, just do it. If you don't have the strengths to execute the idea, team up. ඒකට තමයි අතරම team එකක් ඕනේ. ඔයාලට තියෙන technology skills විතර නම් you have to team up with someone who has the marketing or business skills. ඔයාලට තියෙන business skills විතර නම් you have to team up with the technology person and get it developed, right? So team up with one or two people and start something, and only at least you can actually prove yourself in your POC level, proof of concept level එකට ආවොත් විතරයි others will be attractive. They will be attracted to your idea, your concept, and willing to take it into the next level. Okay?
Thank you.
I'll add a little to that. One other thing that will help a startup, an idea to go to next level is relationships. You need to have relationships. If you don't have, it's not so difficult to start relationships, to look out who will be the people, like it's a good question that you asked him, whether you can have one-to-one chat, that's a relationship. So those, even for boat pack, as I said initially, it's not just a technological miracle. Those relationships helped us to get introduced into certain markets. That's how it happened. So that's one key thing. If you just keep your idea in your head and wait for someone to turn up and fund and all that we never know when it will happen. But then, talk to people, say, I want to do this. Try to find, if that person doesn't know, they will direct you to someone. Those have a good network of relationships, because not just if you look at all these, global companies like even Facebook, all these things, those are just ideas, but then they have done very good PR and relationships to take it to the next level.
I think, sorry, just if I can add very briefly, relationships and the power of marketing, PR and comms, right? I think a lot of tech people think that they have the idea, they have the thinking, so they can lead the charge. But that's where the power of marketing, branding and PR comes in, because people in that space are more likely to be able to have those initial conversations, make those initial connections, build those initial relationships, and then bring you in as a technological expert to explain your idea. So I think that's part of what they were both saying about having those different connections and building those networks and having those tools in your toolkit that will help you get from an idea to success.
Thank you for the feedback and the answers. Now is the time to wrap it up. But when the man himself asks me for an opportunity for a question, I cannot say no. So get a mic to him, please.
Actually, the question was originated for Danica, but the conversation actually gave me some other ideas to kind of express, because National Innovation Agency as well as NIRDC is helping people to solve some of these issues. Like if you don't know where to go, we will actually direct you where to go. So you can come and talk to us. It doesn't mean that government is going to come and solve all your problems. That's not going to happen. But we can actually direct you to places. Actually, it has happened. Even Sanjay and I had a conversation a while back, and he directed somebody to us, and we are trying to help those people. That's something I want to say. And some of the things just said, I'm sorry, I'm taking a few seconds here. This networking, and there is a book called Innovators DNA. Networking is one of the innovators, toolkit. There are 5 things you can learn. I don't want to read it out here, but basically read that book, and that will help you to get your idea into actually to the market. So Danica, I will ask this small question, because I am somebody who take cabs, even though I drive. Something you said, basically this is a transaction between 2 people, and you are allowing it to happen at that level. I like that it was what it was, but there was some ripping off happening from the driver side. And in this particular story you said, your idea also came from a driver side protest. There's no customer side protests are not going to happen, right? Because we can't protest and say, this cab is taking this much money or whatever. So how do you protect the customer side? How do you get the drivers to give professional service? That part is something maybe you can elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for that question. So what I mentioned was how I came with that idea, with that protest, because what I always believe in terms of entrepreneurship is, right, හැමතිස්සෙම ව්‍යවසායකත්වයක් බිහි වෙන්නෙම සමාජයේ තියෙන ප්‍රශ්න ගැටලුත් එක්ක, right? So that was that point that I was ignited about the idea. then actually, idea then actually I thought about every aspect, right? Not just the driver's aspect, but the passengers aspect. Now, passengers, even though we do not perceive in general, passengers still have problems, right? One major problem is this cash the card problem. I recently did a video about that, how we are going to solve it for the passengers, right? So they are also, even though this question was asked from the existing players over the years, even though they gave general answers, they have been failed to understand the real ground level gaps, so the problems that they have. Why this actually, the root cause for this problem. Always what I believe is, what we need to solve by entrepreneurship is not actually the effects, right? We know the cause and effect, no hetupala katandare, right? If we actually solve only the effects, the cause will again actually results in other issues, right? So we have to actually find out the root cause, right? Hetu tamai api address karanno, right? So we are actually, that's what we are coming up with, that model, change of the model, because what we identified was actually the root cause is that model itself, right? So that will actually not only solve it for the drivers, but actually make it fair for both sides. In this scenario, we are only a technical facilitator, but we are actually, connecting two people to people, give a people to people service, right? So in that case, our role as the middleman is actually to be fair for both of them, right? Not just actually taking their part, but being fair for both of them. So right, that our concept itself is actually to be fair in every aspect. That actually applies to the price, that actually applies to the service quality, and giving back the choice for the passengers. Every aspect we have actually covered. We will, step by step, we will unveil how we are going to solve it. But you can believe in, it's a solution for the entire existing problems from both ends, passengers. Again, even though you mentioned that passengers do not have much of a problem, you yourself actually asked about the service quality. That means there is a problem, right? So this model will actually give a different kind of a solution. This is little bit actually kind of an out-of-the-box solution, so that it will take little bit of time for go the learning curve from both aspects, and the market to get used to it. But we believe that it will solve problems of both ends.
All right, it's time to wrap up. Thank you, panel, for the amazing advice and sharing of knowledge, and thank you all for listening in.
What an exciting panel it was. So many questions, many engagement from the audience. So can we all give another big round of applause for this great session? Okay, now I cordially invite our Additional Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Sachi Panavala, to present the token of appreciation for our excellent panelists. Ms. Rosharada Tesarachi. Can you say this side? Ms. Danica Pereira. Mr. Tharendra Vikramasekara. And also our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Alvitigal. But Sanjay, I think your work is not yet over. Okay. Now, to share some forward-looking through on where Sri Lanka's innovation and commercialization journey is ahead, may I now invite again Mr. Sanjay Alvetikala to give his insight about these two panels. And thank you.
Okay, so
I prepared a few notes before coming here to talk about, but some of it has changed throughout the course of the discussion. So generally, innovation itself is hard. So why complicate it? So that's the crux of what we had to take home from here. So Steve Jobs once said when he was asked how Apple innovates, even though it is one of the largest organizations in the world, when he was alive, right? Not after his death. How are you guys continuously innovating and keep making great products? So the answer was basically that he treats every department, every job function as a separate startup. So because of that flexibility, they are not afraid to fail, and they are not afraid to innovate. And the bureaucracy is far less as compared to a large multinational or global organization. So acting as separate silos who can grow without any limits is the key to innovation. So especially speaks volumes when we consider our government structure. But having said that, there should be a regulatory framework, but the regulatory framework should support innovation, not hinder it or not delay it. So the regulatory framework, for example, whatever if we can take out from this is that all the companies who have made it, not the failed ones, the companies who have made it, always innovated and they weren't afraid to fail. So we need to have a framework, proper framework done. This is not some one person's responsibility. This cannot be done by one team. This entire nation has to move in this direction. So as correctly said, it's an attitude adjustment, I would say, from everyone. But in order to get that attitude adjustment, somebody going on the road, walking down the road, cannot come into the government and say, this is what has to be done, right? So it has to come from the top down. So we see the glimpses, we see some of the glimpses and a positive move in that direction with the current government. But I would say it's time to make it a little bit, it's time to make it speed up a little bit. So because it's already 1 year has passed and government has shown great progress in certain areas and some areas they are quite behind. So I would like to persuade them to learn from this since you are also already here as part of the executive branch of the government. So you can come up with a solution on how do we make innovation great? How do we fast track our research to commercialization? How do we have some awareness programs, have policy discussions, have meetings and get it done? Make a team that any new researcher or any new entrepreneur can approach, can start from. And within 6 months in Danika's case, pretty short time from concept to idea for this kind of big thing. But the thing is he already had that infrastructure set up. So be that infrastructure for outside innovators and outside entrepreneurs. Let the government take that initial regulatory and other stuff when it comes to research especially that is needed. Have that framework in place, somebody comes, input and output within a couple of months, all the regulatory approvals and all the supports and funding and all that is arranged. Right? So make sure that whatever you are getting in is qualified enough to achieve that level. That's the first thing. You have to filter out all the bad ones. But when you get that, you have to push it through faster, not waiting for years and years, because that in itself, then there's no point of doing it. Because I just spoken to a friend of mine who just came down from China. He has built a startup in China. Nobody have even thought of building a startup in China, right? It's Biman Lianage. So about 70 Chinese researchers are working for him. So it's a purely research-driven organization. They are actually experimenting on having to train an AI module to predict your diseases by analyzing your voice. Right? So think about that. So that's the cutting edge research that those countries are doing with our researchers, with our people. So we have the best people here, but we don't have the best framework. So make sure that everybody takes some kind of a mental note or a mental, let's say, a strong will that within a year we are going to come up with such a framework and we are going to help Sri Lanka succeed because we badly need it. I mean, according to a recent discussion I was with, the central bank, ex-deputy central bank governor told us, in order to become a stable country, our foreign reserves should touch 20 billion US dollars. Currently we are at 4.9, 4.7 or something, right? So by 2027, 2028, if you have to consider a stable country for economics, then 20 billion US dollars is our target. It's not easy, but if you ask me, it's just one global company. Just one global company's revenue for most countries. So we can achieve it easily. And of course, there was another interesting question past few days. I'm talking about the bureaucracy. It's an example of bad bureaucracy. So everybody's asking for PayPal and Stripe and all the other gateways to come into Sri Lanka, right? But whoever was blocking it wasn't that clear.
right? Some say the politicians were blocking it, some say the government was blocking it, the executive branch and the central bank was blocking it, PayPal didn't want to come, all those rumors and everything was there. But Dr. Vijay Vardhana, ex-deputy central bank governor, told us a couple of days ago, it's actually the central bank that has been holding it since for the last 5 to 7 years, I believe. So it's just a policy change and PayPal will come here. So that's bureaucracy. So we have been, I mean, look how many dollars we might have lost because of that. Because people are waiting to get inflows to the country and we cannot because of PayPal ban. And if we allow that, we would have at least gotten at least $500 million from our innovators, more than that even. So that's one of the major barriers we have to overcome. So let's hope for the positive and we have to work for it. It does not come into our hands. It doesn't fall down from the sky. We have to work for it. And thank you for giving me the opportunity, Dr. Mudita and NIA. And I thank you all for participating and have a great day. And there are some refreshments outside, so enjoy.
Thank you, Sanjay, for that insightful foresight and for reminding us that the best of Sri Lankan innovation is yet to come. So with that, I now cordially invite Ms. Nawodi Wickramasinghe, Senior Innovation Officer, National Innovation Agency, to propose the vote of thanks. Before her, I would like to say that we will be showing the a QR code. Please give us your feedback about this session to improve and also to bring same like or much more improved sessions to deliver the true aspects of innovation.
So good afternoon, and I won't take much time. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Innovation Agency, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of our program, Innovate to Impact, Celebrating Science and Technology in Action. First and foremost, I wish to extend our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Science and Technology, Professor Krishanta Abesena, for gracing this occasion with his presence and his inspiring remarks. We also extend our deepest thanks to the Secretary and the additional secretaries of the Ministry of Science and Technology for being with us today. Their guidance and continued support in strengthening the national science, technology, and innovation ecosystem being truly valuable. Our deepest appreciation goes to all our distinguished panelists from both sessions, Scaling Science and Code to Commerce, for sharing the stories of their remarkable journey of translating research and technology into successful enterprises. Your narration reminds us that innovation flourishes when ideas are driven by determination, partnerships, and purpose. A special word of thanks goes to our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Alvitigala, for skillful guiding the discussion and bringing together diverse perspectives with clarity and professionalism. We also acknowledge the officials and the staff of Ministry of Science and Technology for their continuous cooperation and support in making this event a success. To all participants and guests, thank you for your enthusiasm and engagement throughout the session. Your presence reflects the growing national spirit of innovation and collaboration. Finally, but not least, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to our Chief Innovation Officer and Additional Chief Innovation Officer and Team NIA for their diligence, dedication, creativity, and commitment in organizing this meaningful program. As we conclude, let us be reminded of the guiding principle of National Innovation Agency, NIA. A nation that does not create new things will not rise. This was said by philosopher Munidasa Kumarthunga. And our guiding principle is transforming research into rupees. These principles captures our mission to convert ideas into impact and research into tangible benefits for our people and our economy. Thank you all for being part of this celebration of Sri Lankan innovation. Together, let's continue transforming ideas into action and action into lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Nawadi, for that message. So, it's the time to conclude. Innovate to impact, celebrating science and technology in action. Today we witness how Sri Lankan innovators are turning science into solutions, perfectly capturing the spirit of this year's Science Week theme, Build Trust, Driving Transformation, Science for Sri Lanka's Tomorrow. As we are heading to lunch and networking, let's carry forward the spirit of curiosity, collaboration, and courage. And before we close, here's a thought to take with you. Innovation is important not just because of economic reasons, but to give hope to young people and a path to realize their dream. Thank you very much. I'm Vindhya Vijayasinghe, your host for today's session, and see you all again and have a great day.